Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. I'm caught inside of the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the arm, brought the truck, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch and that top notch on the block.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final day of Stage 2 Challengers EMEA. It's almost over here, and I mean, the storylines we've had coming through up until this point, it has flown by quite literally. There have been no competitors in any of the series that we have seen. 2-0s, 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 3-0, and now here we are. Na'Vi Junior coming through the upper bracket run, and they will come up against Reborn, who have fought their way all the way through the lower bracket from that first loss against Na'Vi Junior. They get their rematch. Echo, this is going to be great, isn't it?
It should be. You'd hope, and you usually hear about the rematch curse, right? Where the team that lost the previous matches can come back. They've got the perfect ante. They understand how to play against it now, not just on a theory level, but in practice. This should now be the first time we see the team losing, at least getting one map. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I'll back that up as well, though. Twiggy, you were mentioning the fact that we had some very close games. I know we'll be touching it on later as well, but I mean, I feel like it's been a bit of a clashes in terms of playing styles as well. You know, you've had some very aggressive matches and you know, adaptations in some agent pools that have done really well against others. So that's why we've kind of had games of two speeds, right? Really quick, really fast paced, and quite dominant. We'll be breaking that down later, but yeah, that's it's been basically the show of different styles through the playoffs so far.
Well, let's see the playoffs so far so we can just get a quick reminder, a refresher on how we got here. I mean, look, blink and you miss it for most of this stuff. It was an incredibly... I just can't believe how one-sided each match felt at times, right? The first match we watched, Na'Vi Junior versus Reborn, nobody expected that victory from Na'Vi Junior, I don't think. I think, if anything, we expected maybe a 2-1 to Reborn or something like that. But Na'Vi Junior, the third seed from Northeast, came out swinging and established their dominance over the playoffs here. UCAM, when we talked to Bold, said we were just as surprised as you guys. We're looking forward to our match against them. They may have lived to regret those words, because it was, again, a very quick matchup against UCAM. And now here we are. I think, you know, Na'Vi Junior, based off of the predictions that we all made, are kind of coming into this one the favorites, Echo.
Which is not what I think any of us thought coming in. The team that couldn't beat and struggled against Team Liquid Academy is now winning out potentially the entire event, is in this grand finals where we're all predicting them at the top. This is the unexpected line that I think even the most out there predictions at the beginning of the week would not have seen this coming.
I'd take it even a step further. Not only at the beginning of the week, but, you know, the match days before, the group stages. We've had groups of deaths where the team that wasn't supposed to make it through went through, where, you know, squads like Enterprise not making it into playoffs. Some big results. Even Na'Vi Junior, they said, you know, Enterprise, they're not here. We don't have any enemies anymore, right? We can take on anyone. So, yeah, I feel like it goes to show that this season of Challengers EMEA has been one of the most unpredictable ones we've had ever in the history of this tournament.
Yeah, so it does lead us to this final best of 5 between Na'Vi Junior and Reborn. And yeah, I think the stakes could not be higher, right? Na'Vi Junior came out of a group, as we kind of mentioned before, every team won one game and lost one game. And when it comes down to that, head-to-heads don't matter anymore. And it was only 13 rounds between the top of the roster and the bottom of the roster, right? Na'Vi Junior had a positive 5-round differential. Besiktas had a -8 round differential. That was it. CGN ended with a +3 round differential. So it was as close as 2 rounds between those top 2 teams, which is just ridiculous stuff to think about, considering where they are right now. But they have proven themselves, Na'Vi Junior, over the course of this playoffs. They have made themselves a force to be reckoned with. They are scaring teams. It feels like teams that we know as mainstays in Challengers EMEA, like UCAM, felt scared to play against them, right? They felt hesitant, especially in that first map against Na'Vi Junior.
Indeed. Yeah, I can take this topic a little bit further as well. They're one of the most solid in terms of fundamental teams we have in playoffs right now, which is crazy to say given how young these guys are. But the backing behind them, the coaching staff, right? A ton of experience, taking them through a big journey of the academy scene. And let's bring up a different subject regarding this academy scene, right? Because they've had a different sort of approach to how you bring in an academy team together than what we're pretty much familiar with in the Valorant scene, right? Often you'd see teams like Koi Phoenix or Team Liquid Academy that find 5 crack players on the rank ladder, bring them into an organization, give them some coaching opportunities, and see what they do, right? What's the worst that can happen? But Na'Vi Junior did something different, right? Na'Vi said, how about we bring more players? How about we have 10 where they can scrim up against each other consistently, where they can have an opportunity to prove each other against each other, right? And see how they can go from there. See who fits in with one another in terms of, you know, when it comes to I'll say the vibes on the server, right? Because often that plays different. You know, how these personalities dwell, and I think that's kind of where I wanted to take this. And if we look at the graphic here, the tweet made, it was just the announcement of the top 5 players that will be making it out of this academy team was just made at the start of playoffs, right? So the players competing in this tournament right now for Na'Vi Junior are the ones that feel, oh, we've been selected. They're on an all-time high. So they really are showing that high with their performances right now.
I think the one big thing here, though, is the still to be decided, right? But for Saizo specifically, obviously he's been playing so far in playoffs and he's put up incredible numbers, maybe not as high as everybody else, but on that Sentinel role, you're, you know, a little bit down to the whims of the enemy team of where they're exiting. You don't really get the chance to show off your own potential as much. You're kind of relying on the enemies. But for him specifically coming into this is going to be the most, I've got to get everything together, I've got to perform, and he's going to basically everything on the line for him of that final slot on this roster. That pressure, it seems to be working wonders for him. Hopefully he can pull that together in the grand finals today.
Well, he's going to have to. They're up against Reborn, a pretty scary looking team. And of course, we talk all the time, I think more than ever this year, about Turkish teams, the talent that goes on there. Not only do Turkish players make up, you know, the grandest portion of VCT EMEA, but 2 Turkish teams, 2 full Turkish rosters were promoted through Challengers last year. And I think that just goes to show kind of the wealth of talent. It seems like the pool has run dry, but it keeps we keep just displaying new members that can take those spots here in Reborn. And really the only thing in their way now is this untested, untried, kind of scary looking Na'Vi Junior side. But Reborn, now they have that opportunity to bring it back.
They do, and I think this team, this roster, the way that they play, and Turkish Valorant as a whole, the way it's evolved over the last couple of years, has gone from that just hard aggro, go hit, go let your duelist pop off, into everyone on the roster pulling off clutches, pulling off incredible moments. Their util is great, and their team fundamentals, you no longer see this one duelist going in by himself and dying like we might have seen from Turkish teams before. It's now aggro, pause, wait for a mistake of the enemy, and aggro again. It's this back and forth that is incredible to watch, and Reborn pull it off tremendously, and that's why they're here. And against Na'Vi Junior before, they were able to win, but now they've had chance to review that, to work on things. Maybe they can find the right times to pause this time.
Yeah, I think because of the fact that Na'Vi kind of brought a bit of a surprise to them, some comps that you're not really that used to anymore as well. I think the Sage was a big aspect of that as well, which was able to slow them down. We'll see if that has an impact today. But like you said, Reborn have adjusted to this overall. Let's take that a step further as well, though, Echo, because you were talking a little bit about their aggressiveness, their takes, but it also gets reflected a little bit on the retakes as well. On that defensive side, they don't take the traditional approach of holding down sites. I think a very good example of that was on the split that they've been playing throughout the playoff season so far. They kind of allow their opponents to take some space, and then they just decide, we can take that 5v5 any day.
They are really good at those retakes. It's sometimes the full side retakes, the set retakes once the spike's gone down. But one thing they're also good at is those floods. We talked about it before with Reezy specifically, flooding on mid-execute, kind of like they allow the team to take that first bit of space. And as that team is going a little bit too aggressive towards the backer site, that's it. And a lot of this relies on the duelists. The entry for Reborn is Kachao, and he makes so much space. But he's now up against Darkzio, the other incredible entry that we've got on the server today, and we'll have to see which one of them can really come out on top between these two.
Yeah, it is really, I mean, I feel like sometimes, not all the time, we have had teams that don't really have, that star player coming through. And I think UCAM was kind of touted as that team that just has, 5 really good players. None of them take the kind of limelight every single round. But we have ended up with 2 teams very much that feel that way, where you have that kind of star duelist coming through that you expect to be getting first bloods, that you expect to be getting 3Ks, 4Ks, amazing ults coming through. And especially still, I think these two both still quite like the Neon, right? With the changes that have come through, a lot of players have kind of, gone, okay, well, we can introduce other kind of strategies into our team compositions here. These two still kind of like to run that Neon, still like to get a bit aggressive and stuff like that. And it's working out for them still. We'll see how it keeps going, but nobody has really been able to shut these two down. Now, when we move towards the conversation of this actual game here, I think what's interesting to note is that we were surprised by Na'Vi Junior's map bans in the best of 3. So their first game, we were like, look, this is a team that has a completely different map pool to everybody else in the playoffs. They like their Breeze, they like their Fracture, their win rate on Split, Haven, Lotus, absolutely horrible in recent months. And yet they picked those. So we haven't actually seen the Breeze or Fracture that they are so good at, Echo.
Yeah, in playoffs, we have only seen the same 2 maps from Na'Vi Junior. That is the Haven, that is the Split, where they are comfortable, where they are very good. Tried, tested, but there's also now a lot of footage on them. As we come into this best of 5, they do get the double map ban. We're going to see Lotus be banned out, I'm almost 100% sure. And then it becomes a toss-up between Ascent and Pearl. Which one of them will be the first time we see it against the playoff caliber teams? Because realistically, as we look at their map pool, it looks quite small. It looks very front-loaded. If they get the maps they like early, they can win this very quick. But otherwise, if they let one of those through their hands, Reborn could try and turn it around. And we saw the momentum they had yesterday. If they can turn around one of Na'Vi Junior's map picks, the momentum can just flip and Reborn will be heavily in favor.
Yeah. I mean, Pavlos, what do you think is going to be happening here? Obviously, Na'Vi Junior, the thing is, when we talked to AV about this, when we got into the interview, we had a chat with AV, I was like, why aren't we seeing, Breeze and Fracture? Why did you pick the strongest map from Reborn the first time playing against them? I mean, you won against them on it, don't get me wrong, but why? What made that decision? He was like, I don't know. I just play the maps they tell me to. So
I mean, the reason is pretty simple, I think, for a team like Na'Vi Junior, right? Because I feel they're very much at the development stage, and even at the start of the season, you want to be focusing on your own strengths, on your own development. So if you're constantly working on that map, you kind of want to play to your strengths and not really look at what your opponent is good at, especially considering you're walking into a tournament where it's cross-regional play. Right? Yeah. It's not, you know, the teams that you're going to be playing up against aren't necessarily familiar with your play style as much they are familiar with playing teams within their own region. So focusing on your own strengths, especially on a playoffs match of this caliber, you want to be focusing kind of inwards rather than outwards. Now, it is a best of 5 territory, so all those, you know, factors are out of the window now because you will likely be seeing more maps played. So I'm curious to see how actually deep this Na'Vi Junior map pool is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, when we look back at what we've seen so far, I think one to avoid for them, probably just based on their history and based on what we saw yesterday from Reborn, would be Ascent. I think that's an obvious kind of ban for them. But other than that, I don't know, because we don't know how they feel about Breeze and Fracture at this point. You know, they've got good win rate on it, but do they still want to be picking it after not picking into it? Lotus, we actually haven't seen from them, despite the fact that they've floated it twice in the playoffs. So, I don't know. This is a very up in the air for them, and it's all going to be, you know, as we've seen, about the momentum, right? So it's really going to be down to these first 3 maps. It's Lotus banned first, interestingly, but I guess first and second don't really make a difference here, Echo.
It makes a lot of sense to me to ban out Lotus. It's not a map they look great on, and for Reborn, it is a map that they are very good at. They surprise us a lot against UCAM. And Ascent, yeah, makes sense. Again, it's a good map for Reborn, and it's a map that Na'Vi Junior's comp on it is a little bit weird and wacky, and you kind of don't want to go weird and wacky at the start of the playoffs, or the start of the final BO5. Haven pick is... I think this makes the most sense. Yeah. It does mean, though, that, although actually, no, Reborn's picked the attack side, so Na'Vi Junior get a start on their defense, and that's where they're the best anyway. Yeah. That's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, the thing is that is odd is the 4-match losing streak for Haven for Na'Vi Junior going for this one. So that's why it's kind of questionable. Again, the last time they played it wasn't in this tournament. It was back in February. So since then, anything could have changed, right? The comfort level could be different. We're also talking about different players as well, right? Remember, the start of playoffs, the 5 players of this Academy team got locked in. So yeah, whatever we thought about Haven over in February can be taken, you know, with a grain of salt. But jumping into the next one, Split, Pearl, you know, Reborn, I feel like they have been one of the most competitive teams on Split we've seen in Challengers altogether. We mentioned their interesting, you know, play style on it, the aggressive factor that they bring to the table here, the flooding, etc. We'll be seeing a lot more of that then.
Pearl is definitely interesting. They have played that a few times in Northeast, especially towards the end of the season, but we have not seen it in the playoffs yet. They lost 4-13 to Enterprise to start off a series in that one in the upper bracket final. When they got knocked down, they did win it against Team Liquid Academy. But yeah, picking it there is interesting. Again, we kind of said yesterday, you know, the first 3 maps are super important. Obviously they are, right? You can win a series in 3 maps, so you do not want to be, you know, letting yourself lose the series immediately. But yeah, interestingly, Breeze and Fracture floated towards the end, and you know what? It's just so odd to me that based off of the group stage, where, you know, Breeze and Fracture, they won those against CGN Esports. Those are the maps that got them into the position they are now, that got them into the playoffs, right? Fracture, the only map they won against Besiktas. So it is interesting to me still that they have kind of kept these in the back pocket until the end, but it shows their confidence that they have built on these maps that they had historically really bad win rates on, and now have shown their mettle against Reborn and UCAM. Echo.
It is also, though, the exact same maps that we saw against Team Liquid Academy in the lower bracket of Northeast. This is the exact same 5 maps, but in the different order. And Split being much earlier, I think, is going to be so good for Na'Vi Junior, because they'll have the energy that they lacked towards the end of that series against Team Liquid Academy. Now, I'm not imagining we're going to see any big switch of this comp here, right? We shouldn't. This late in the game, you want to be sticking with what you know, what you love, what is tried and tested.
You know what? I've never actually seen somebody not having picked yet when this screen comes up. So I was like, they're just going to play 3 versus 5. That's fine. Yeah, interesting. But yeah,
I mean, you're lacking the controller here. Last time, you know, the Na'Vi Jr. played on this, it was the Astra, but there's a case to make about the moment. Exactly, AV jumping into that. But yeah, this is pretty much close to the line that they were playing up against UCAM last time around on this map, other than the fact that you've got a more mobile smoker, right? Reborn act very quickly. They have a Neon, they have the Omen. The reason why they work so well on this map is that they're able to infiltrate deep and also have quick rotations on that CT side. That's their whole MO. Na'Vi Jr. are looking to match that speed. Maybe not with the Neon. Well, maybe with the Neon, but also with the Omen this time around as well.
I am definitely excited for this one. I think, you know, last time we saw these two on this map, it was an incredibly close map to end the series between Na'Vi Jr. and Reborn. 13-11 it ended, went as long as it could. Hopefully we're going to get another close game to start off the series today. I'm going to throw it over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, folks. Yes, it's time to kick this one off. A best of 5 grand final, Tom. Let me know, how are you feeling coming into today? Because I know we both have different interpretations of where this one's going to go.
Yeah, mine is slightly led by biases because, you know, I always want the Ukrainian boys to do well. I think we got a close series on our hands. Obviously, I think the Reborn's turnaround yesterday definitely made things look a little bit more interesting. They were very dominant. And then Na'Vi won the match before. I think the pressure's going to be on those sort of youngsters, like to prove that that wasn't just like maybe a fluke or like having a good day and going into this final. I think it's fairly even, but you know, my prediction says Na'Vi, so I'll stick with Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm going the other way entirely. Listen, this is the era of Turkish Valorant as a team Reborn really encapsulated, I think, the best of it. Tempered aggression, choosing their moments, Flood retakes looking unbelievable. And when it comes to this squad, we saw the individual step up that had been missing before. I know Batu was a bit of a detractor for you a couple days ago. He ended up performing incredibly well yesterday, but honestly, the players stealing the show were your Kachow, were your Dead Ink, Reezy's utility as well. He looks so comfortable on the Sova, and they've made swaps around to enable him feeling more comfortable being in that role a lot more. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Reborn. I think that dominant sweep down in the lower bracket, that puts them in a pretty good position to come through today and carry that momentum forward. And we know nothing is more dangerous than a Turkish team with momentum.
Sure. Well, this first map, they tell us a lot about how this series is going to go today. And Kachow already looking to lead the charge into the setup. They go, and already Darcio is going to be able to take him down, giving the advantage to the defenders, but it doesn't last long. Reezy with one, but with the spike still on the deck, they've been forced back.
Well, 2 big players left. Batu and Dead Ink delivered so many big rounds. It was Dead Ink especially. It was like Houdini yesterday when it came to the Waylay, in and out of so many fights that looked like he shouldn't even consider in the Waylay. It's a nice wrap by Na'Vi Jr. Oh, and that's a wrap on the round. Shirley, really nice shot connected to leave Dead Ink alone. And now double peek to close the round out. Nicely done, Na'Vi Jr. on that dominant upper bracket run. They've come through here with a pistol win.
Yeah, good start from them. I think having a decent read, but also a very quick rotation to make sure that the players were pretty much trapped in from that defensive side, and Sizzo staying alive for so much of that round definitely made things that little bit more awkward. I think if Dead Ink even managed to get out of that scenario a little bit healthier, he was screwed the second his teammate went down, because so did all of the trips behind them. A solid start, and already it seems like maybe Angel's spoken a bit to this team. The 3 rifle 2 pistol buy is something that he has been donning for years, and it seems like something that, well, the defense are going to go with. That is not a great flash from Kaloshi. He completely blinded his teammate, but you know, if he gets the kills, we don't mind.
The ends justify the means, I suppose, and it seems to be the case here. They've got one player tucked in the smoke in form of Dead Ink. We'll have an opportunity to maybe pick up something, but very quickly dealt with, and indeed a flawless round coming into the second. It's a nice confidence builder, and yeah, well, the flash might not have worked, but everything after it did, so a win's a win.
Yeah, a very clean round. more importantly, Kalosha already getting 5 of his ultimate orbs up. We know that, especially on this defensive side, the Phoenix at times can feel like a bit of a burden, but I did enjoy, at least the last time we saw them play versus Reborn, a lot of retakes coming through for the Na'Vi side, and that was sort of their game plan. Like, you can play into the retake quite heavily with this composition because you basically just play as the attack. So this is risky, but his teammate has sort of bought him the space to be able to get into that corner, and the attack have actually shied away from it.
That's going to allow that early rotation to come through. You can see Ave already on his way towards Garage. Can play that B site with the 2 trips online as well. There's a chance they overreact and play heavier on that A side. Deep Shock Dart going through to cancel out the drone that had been sent out by Reborn, and now Darcio's going walkabouts. Okay, the camera's going to push him back. He'll make it out of there. Ave in a lot of trouble, but just about makes it out. Great scraps across the map right now for Reborn.
There.
And eventually they'll have to group up and push together. 40 seconds roughly on the clock, and that pick has just opened A. Oh, but they're not going.
It's still hesitant, and it might be the right call. You can see the full rotation coming through from that defensive
30
side.
30 seconds left.
Reborn, time may be ticking, but it seems like they're about to walk into a perfectly open site. A good read on where their opponents were going. The one danger is that Kalosha does now have that ultimate online in the form of the run it back, but it's whether or not he wants to go into this, especially with AV so low. It would be a bit of a gamble to commit it here.
Coming through.
Kachao under pressure, but that wall has now made that a gap. They don't know if he's still there, and when they find out, it's a bullet straight to the head delivered. Numbers there for the attackers. Time on their side. That's a bit of pressure put on by the tap. There could still be someone defusing, so they're not ready for the play from the side. Cizo, 1 versus 1. A real opportunity pulled from nothing, but has to start with the tap to pull him in. The ruse, and it's worked. Oh no! It worked too well. It's a disaster. I think the time was already going to be a bit of a problem, but that ended up being quite a funny conclusion.
Realistically, it looked like he wanted to kill his opponent, and that did happen.
His opponent did die. Died. Yes.
So I guess that's a win, especially when it's a low buy round, and this one in theory is going to be where we see the full purchase coming back in. Nice shot from Batu as well, though. I want to see more of that from him, because as you kind of alluded to, there were 2 sides to the coin. Yesterday had an incredible performance, statistically at least. The day before, I would say that he was almost the reason, one of the reasons at least they lost. Like, got a little bit out. Okay, that was the hyper aggressive from Deading, but he has taken the space.
Speaking of taking the space, look at this, man. Ave's up behind them already. They have no idea. There's no utility guarding this side, but there should have been a player. There should have been a player. And they've already paid for that mistake as Darcio takes 2. They still don't know he's there. What? Okay. Well, yeah, Hez is alone, and I think he's going to be sent to meet his teammates very soon. Nicely done by Navi Jr. But I have to scratch my head and wonder what happened on A.
It's funny because you've got that play being built up. Observers are doing exactly what they should be doing. It's like there's a guy on the flank, AV's ready to go, watching them, and before he even shoots, 2 of them immediately die from Darcio on site with an outlaw, which obviously in that round where your opponents, nobody survived, so if they're going for rifles, they've got to go for light shields in a likely scenario. So they got obliterated before he really got to have the impact that we were expecting, but still had a very good round. Navi Jr. puts them 3-1 up, and well, if you wanted to talk about an economy that is damaged, they have a single sheriff and a classic, well, and an outlaw. There you go, they got an outlaw.
Feeling area.
Big work by the big gun, but
what?
This is hello.
What?
Hello? He's TP'd behind the run and eco. What are we doing? What's going on? This round has been
Spike planted.
Unexpected, to say the least, and that Omen TP just added to it. Now they've got more than ever to work with. Reborn rifles in play, double the numbers, spike planted, but a few gaps. It depends on the timing here. Reezy's just picked up long, but as he looks away, out goes Kalosha. Information there. And Kalosha's up closer than expected, but Reezy still lands the shot. Very nicely done, and it's a good job too. Zizo seems to be on one today. That Sheriff play out of Garage, now this, but it's not enough. Reborn find themselves a second.
That's a nightmare round. That's one where I think Jonta, if we asked him a question about it, would probably just burst into tears. Like, I don't know what went on there. Like, it seemed like they got lost on the first player who gets taken down. And then, okay, player with the Odin, that happens. You get hit by an outlaw your opponent shouldn't have. You go down to 10 HP. You then get right-click classic through a wall. The TP was madness. The TP was something
insane.
You try and do at a rank game when you're panicking.
He did
Like,
hit the paranoia, right? But if you miss one player, as he did, well, that's what happens. You're getting shot in the face.
It's now put the economy strength into the hands of the Turkish squad of Reborn. Huge boost. More importantly, they now have ults online to play with as well. Hunter's Fury, Overdrive just one away. But now at least just pressing the map, waiting to see if they can spot out any aggression. A couple of drones being traded, but either side not really getting too much just yet.
Yeah, a slow burn of a round, that's for sure. Interestingly, still those two players towards the A site. We've just seen Darcio rotate back in, even though the Cypher setup is there. They have more than enough to defend this side of the map. Pick and get out. That's what we're looking for. Navi Jr., nothing to be found in Garage, and now on site, a bit of trouble for Ave. Finds the first, but the paranoia back is absolutely perfect. And now a plant, you would think, but look at Navi Jr. 3 players in the smoke, ready to burst out. Deading shuts down the first, but they're taking ground until Reezy puts an end to it. Zizo. Some big rounds so far. Let's see if the 1v3's in the wheelhouse. Now they know where he is.
Grouping up, going together. No cages left. It's going to make this very difficult. It's not like he can just shroud his position, try and bait them into a fight, and I think he's very quickly going to realize where these remaining players are sitting. Too much of an opportunity. That's a nice shot, and the second as well, and the reveal is in fact going to give the game away. He now knows exactly where Batu is. It's just trying to wait for him to peek, but hasn't managed to hit the shot. Needs to try and get this to half, and that's where Batu plays it perfectly. That was almost a clutch for the ages. Instead, though, it comes down to just one.
I think he almost tried to get that to half there. Not only the time is an issue, but knowing that Batu's had a pretty tough game. It expects him to maybe play that one a bit more passive, give him a chance, but
that was disgusting.
So quick to pounce after that tap comes in. 3-3. What a recovery this has been for Reborn. It definitely felt like we should have seen Navi Jr. running away with it, but an eco round, a couple of mistakes. And now they're right back to square one, to neck and neck. In fact, I think it's a bit worse than that. They come in here with the pistols. In all likelihood, we're about to see Reborn, despite a very slow start, off the back of an eco round, taking the lead.
A rough position to be in as well. And it's something that we have to call into question. Relatively inexperienced players. I think the highlight is, of course, Kalosha, who have played 2 games in the tier 1. Having an early slip up like that,
destroyed.
something we have to look towards is, okay, is that going to affect them? Is that going to make more mistakes occur? Is it going to knock the confidence? I've said that a few times about Kalosha individually, and that hasn't been the case. Every single day we've seen him play, he's been fantastic and making audacious plays, but for the rest of the squad, chance for an academy to be a champion of Challengers 2 would be impressive. This round, though, not too much to play with, although an opportunity, a nice double coming in from Darcio. I'm not going to lie, I thought he was lucky almost to get one, but the second shot coming through, a low player in Deading, they do have to be a bit careful here.
Look, I see a Cypher with a Sheriff in hand, and I get worried, but those worries quickly dissipate. The lead indeed falls to Reborn. Again, after what was a very shaky start, they've gotten into this in the most Turkish team fashion possible, just running it down on the pistol, overwhelming their opponents, and that's got to be a tilting way to lose the lead if you're Navi Jr. Not this round so much. Again, there wasn't a lot of promise in it, and even to find the double there was a lot, but thinking back to 3 rounds ago where it seemed like the world was their oyster, now a timeout has to come into effect for them to get back into the game.
Yeah, as said, I think this is going to be a lot of what Jonta's job is with the younger players, because of course when you're winning, when you're running away with rounds, when you're winning clutches, that confidence will build. You'll feel more and more like there's an opportunity for you to get that victory, to take that title of Challengers 2 champion. But the fact is, you slip a couple of blips and that mental can start to go, and that could be the same for both sides. Of course, Kachao is incredibly young but has a few other like more experienced players. Obviously Batu, Reezy, we've seen them in that tier 1 level before. I think Reezy especially over the last couple of days has been incredibly impressive, and now it's whether or not the pause can sort of bring them back into contention, because especially in map the first one, when you have those advantages, you can start the series off where you like. If that goes a little bit wrong, the series, as we saw yesterday, can be a little bit dangerous.
Well, here comes the stun already. They're trying to get aggressive towards A main, and tucked in the corner, Ave with a good chance. They walked right past him, left a little gap for him to slip through, but it's being watched by Reezy for now. The first push is going to be halted. And the drone sent after them. It's pushing them into the waiting arms on Long. And even though there were 2 standing by, a swing off contact, and Reezy catches both. That's outrageous. The numbers advantage now to Reborn, and I'm going to need to see that one again. I don't know how he's done that.
It seemed like the player on Long was maybe a little bit hesitant, maybe looking for more than the one, and I think that's ended up being their detriment. But from Reezy, yeah, incredible reactions to manage to find 2 at a completely different 90-degree angle. Nonetheless, he's at the back of the site, stunned up. It shouldn't be surviving. It's a little bit labored from Kachao, but even still, will garner that advantage. And now for the remaining 2, the only thing that Kolosha can hope for is, again, the element of surprise. Does he slip the net before they start thinking about it? And the answer was no, but he still managed to get the kill.
Last player standing.
Yeah, but then of course Reezy strikes again. And now they've got everything they need to secure this round. A Hunter's Fury, but a 3v1 is really the basket that they're putting all their eggs in. Nice flash. Good work for the first, but Reezy, this was his round from the very get-go. From barrier up to players down. I don't understand how he got away with it to start. Nice work by Darzio, sure, but this, like, how does he get away with that? The timing was not that big, and he just spins to take the second. The round's already gone, and he decides he's got more work to do.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe there's just something about players that begin with re that you have to just be a little bit wary of, especially if they're Turkish. But yeah, impressive stuff from him. Definitely looking like a redemption arc from where we saw him in the tier 1. And we've seen that many a time with the Turkish scene. Those slightly more experienced players being able to help the youth, and the youth of Turkey, there's no arguments as to them being the most stacked, be it within EMEA or maybe globally as well. For now, though,
enemy marked.
Let's look like Reborn are firmly in favor. Weaponry poor. Okay, there's a couple of ultimates that Navi Jr. can play with, but I feel like it needs the right circumstance. Well, a Hunter's Fury right now would be fantastic, but they do not have that read.
Again, big numbers towards this A site that Batu, separated from the pack, is going to have to deal with. Javelin up close. He'll be taken down by the shorty. Nice work. Batu secured short single-handedly. And they won't be losing all too much else. Kachao falling to the ultimate of Kolosha, but in this round when you're in a 5v2 at that point, yeah, you'll take that trade, get rid of the ultimate, so it's not going to be not going to be a problem in the rounds that Navi Jr. actually have a chance in. This started out as a game where Navi Jr. had complete control. That 3-1 scoreline is a dream start. It's been a nightmare ever since.
Yeah, I think the questionable thing for me in this round is, yeah, you see the ult go through once they're 2 players down, and if it was going to be committed in this round, I feel like it either needed an opening or it needed to be alongside the Hunter's Fury, but the Hunter's Fury player was aggressive on shore. It feels a little bit backwards from Navi Jr. and sure, Colossia will be able to earn this ult back up, but I'm sure they would have liked to have it in this round.
Gotta go.
Oh, Colossia's getting caught. Okay. One before he goes down there is about better than I thought it even could go. So not a bad start. Little recon TP used here. Is now sight going to be cleared. Kachao not needing to worry about his right side, and the stun perfect for the backside. Reborn running all over these players on C. No defenders left that aren't playing the retake. Javelin and Darzio split on opposite sides of the map. Okay, for a split second I thought he was peeking with his knife out, but luckily that's not going to happen, and no quarter given here. 4 players left alive for Reborn, who already have a lot of credits in the bank. This is sensational, and a team that has momentum well and truly picked up now. This is terrifying for Navi Jr.
Yeah, this is starting to look like the Reborn of yesterday. All they needed was the spark.
Last player standing.
Oh, I might have been able to get over a trip, but ultimately it didn't really have any impact in the round. The site was lost. They were 2 men behind. Still, quasi-investment into this one.
Here.
Colossia buying a little bit more, and they'll have a couple of rifles, but a 9-3 half. Very much within reach, and considering how they started, it does feel like maybe Navi Jr. is starting to capitulate a little bit.
There.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had that pause not long ago. Nothing's come from it. The snowball continues to pick up speed, momentum, and mass. Now Colossia, great shot, but immediately punished back on the other side. But they've got numbers. Navi Jr. with more players than expected. But what was that smoke attempt in the open? It's still a 1 versus 2. Has got the information, and the smoke is good. He spotted 1 player, but he's going to be caught TPing. Great run out from Darzio there. And finally, Navi Jr. are back on the board. A 7-5 half possible, but for a half that started out so well, that's still going to be a disappointment.
This just got so messy so fast. It's like Denik updrafting over the top of the box, gets there's a great kill onto the guy in the corner, then dashes face forward into an opponent. Then AV caught with the smoke in hand. Not clean, but they'll take the round. Yeah, chance for a 7-5 wouldn't seem so bad. Definitely potential for much, much more. The attack going back to basics, though. Putting pressure early on this A side of the map. They've been quite good at just pulling back rotations, though, having spots. 4 players in middle. Batu's definitely woken up over the last couple of rounds. A sort of quieter start again, but his resurgence has been fairly important because of that additional map control they need.
Drone just went up towards B, and Javelin heard it, so it's going to get a drone out of the defense on the other side. Again, only spotting that Batu is here. I do think that's Navi Jr. now realizing, okay, he was waiting outside garage. Drone went up B, now he's waiting outside B. And nothing on C long contact with that much space. They know this is A. They have the read, they have the players, and they already have the advantage. Great strike early. The fine Navi Jr. that advantage, and now the hat off the head. Ciso's through, but won't get any more. It's in a blink of an eye. Reborn are suddenly in the lead, and a 3 versus 2 post plan locked in.
30 seconds left.
Bosch has got his lineup ready to go. Do a little bit of additional damage. AV's also caught Reezy, but the run it back gets nothing. Leaves it into a 2v2. The bait attempted. Trying to confuse opponents into thinking he's left his position, but instead it puts the pressure on, and now all on Kalosha. Instead, it's Hezekiah to close. An 8-4 attack side half from Reborn. A much better way to start out this map.
I love that setup at the end. We saw the molly sent in to force a player into the open so Avi could find the kill from up top. It was really nice work, but Navi Jr., despite some good ideas, they end up way behind in this half. Let's see how half number 2 goes after the break. Welcome back, folks. 4 rounds on the board for a team that was leading 3-1. They did the hard work, Tom, but they stumbled at the very final hurdle, what seemed to be the easy part. Now Reborn in the lead 8-4. Fair to say is a lot of ground to be made up by Navi Jr. here, and it starts with a pistol.
For sure, yeah. No pistol here, and I think they're going in a map down in this grand final. That they were able to take last time up. As the desk said, it is almost the curse of the rematch. It's always hard to learn, or harder to learn from a victory than a loss. And while that's not a bad start, Avi's going to take down Reezy, a man who was a demon in that first half.
Spike planted.
With very deep control, watching that flank. There is still a player in spawn, by the way, on the Na'Vi side, but slowly will make the move back around. It depends how many players they've lost in that time. Kachal already with one, an opportunity onto Javelin, but nothing more to be had. Even still, though, now Cizo is the only one left.
Yeah, and caught behind a smoke. The defuse is underway, and there's not much we can do but hope and pray. The spam's in, even after the smoke won't land in time. 9-4 for Reborn now. Great work in this round, and again, I actually think this is almost a game plan issue for Navi Jr. or maybe an adaptation, but I'm pretty sure this is part of the playbook for Reborn in so many of the rounds to play these flood retakes. It's something we've talked about for a number of days, and Navi Jr. have not only a trip watching behind, but also a player there as well. Now, obviously, there's ways they can get past that trip, especially having like Omen and Jet. You want to make sure that doesn't happen, but it does then leave them with the numbers a bit more in their favor when they come to flooding back in. I wonder if we'll see that consistently from Navi Jr. or if the pack mentality will have to be adopted to deal with this squad.
Oh. Again, we see that investment into the bandit. An opportunity for some damage, but ultimately a round that we expect to go Reborn's way. But Dead Ink, maybe a chance to farm. This guy loves to get aggressive. Immediately takes down Sizzo as well, and it's already problematic scoreline. The hope for Na'Vi here is that they can at least take a gun or two away, earn a couple of orbs. I think especially for Kolosha, he's getting ever close to having that run it back. And on the attack side, that should be a little bit more deadly.
Not ready yet.
Oh, the second they give away this push, the paranoia is coming in, but the reveal isn't broken. That could cause problems. Immediately smashed. Great shot by Reezy. Again, the headshot landed. The body needed to finish off Darzio. And look, Reborn at the moment, I came into today thinking they were dominant in the lower bracket. I said it yesterday that if you're in that lower bracket and it's a brawl, it's a super close game, it's 5 maps, it's OTs, and I'm favoring Na'Vi Jr. coming into today. But if you go in there and you dominate, especially Reborn doing that, that's where I start to believe that you can carry through to today. And what we're seeing here, I guess, is pointing very clearly towards this. This is a decimation from Reborn. Again, in a game they were 3-1 down in. It's been a long time since Na'Vi have felt what it feels like to win, to really win a round. Not just a flash in the pan, but to see your game plan beat theirs. And they're going to have to remember what that's like very, very quickly. This buy round is basically a last stand for this squad before the odds become near impossible.
A couple of weaknesses, but even still, you put a judge on Kachao, and I'm not exactly nervous for him. It's more nerves for the opponents. Hezekiah as well, one of the riflers there are in hand, and he has done a lot of damage on the spam. Arcio already low. That's a retreat called for. 50 seconds on the clock to completely rethink the plan. Or so it seems. 3 players are still sat on this side. The spike is it's somewhat solo, at least for the moment. This doesn't seem like a plan other than, yeah, they're just going to try and re-hit. And well,
left.
Reborn have read it. They're right in position.
The numbers waiting for them, and they will be greeted at the gates by the judge. Good work by Reezy to find another, but now a big step up needed on the site. Time low, but not low enough.
10 seconds left.
The plant found by Na'Vi Jr. Still more than healthy for this Dead Ink retake. 15 kills so far. This would be icing on the cake, but look at the patient setup here. A triple swing ready. Soon as that first player takes contact, 2 buddies to help him out, and that's the round tied up neatly for Na'Vi Jr. A round victory, yes, and one that wasn't, you know, it wasn't like one player was left alive, but they were, as you said, up against weaknesses, Tom. There was a reason that was the last stand. If you lose that round, it is done, but there's still much more work to be done.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was still very nervous for them there. The fact that they walk into a completely stacked site with 25 seconds left, okay, at least it gives me a bit of confidence that they can get out of those scenarios. But yeah, coming back in now, the operator into the hands of Dead Ink has been devastating. Man, as was many issues for many sides, it seems though that Batu is going to be the point of contention. Completely isolated. I'm not sure what the read is here from Reborn, but they have almost completely stacked, and I guess it's just going to be a retake. But that kind of means that either Batu now needs to leave, or I was going to say or get one, but no, he's just been isolated.
Yeah, he's taking the third option there.
Die.
And that's something that we, again, have complimented Reborn on a lot, which was being able to choose their fights. And that's one of those rare mistakes where you see them overstay their welcome, because they have just had so much success in fighting back in. A big part of that is Reezy. Right now, no recon. So they kind of have to wait a little bit to go back in for this one, but it should be online, I think, fairly soon. We would have used it at the start of the round. But now, no, maybe it's not, because they're already going in. That's the op committed. The reveal just came online. They went when they should have waited 2 more seconds to have utility to work with. Well, you get what you deserve in that case. Reezy with an exit, and they're still throwing themselves for those weapons, but the weapons will remain on the floor one way or another. No op to be saved, and Reborn with a rare stumble.
Yeah, that was a weird round in general. Like, I'm perfectly happy with the 4-1 if you have a read on an opponent, but normally you have that one, well, either in a position, as said, where they can like hold on to garage or try and hold on to a certain spot on the map that you want to keep for a retake, or they, well, yeah, they do what he's done now, put a cam and then stand somewhere else. Like, that makes a lot more sense, because the cam can do the exact thing that, well, he could do, which is go, they are here, and then we play retake together. So from the get-go, it seemed weird, but yeah, the jump in with the operator when you're a second away from having a recon, it seems a bit questionable.
I think they just thought Navi Jr. were going to play back on long or deeper side, or not as deep on site rather. So like that was clear logs, and the reveal was being aimed for the front of side, I suppose, more towards long, right? Just a gamble that they didn't think what 2 or 3 players would be there ready for the op, and I guess they thought Dead Ink would hit the shot if there was someone there, and based on what I've seen in the past, that would be right. They've got past the trap, sorry. Down 1 onto Javelin, and the ult even going to be used. I love this from Kalasha. They need that space for Navi Jr. to hold on to this round, either behind them or in front, and they have pressed forward, cleared the spawn. Now they've got a safe spot to turn their back to, and from there should be no way these stronger weapons lose out. Even the one fight to Batu is okay, because he gets away with an operator. Reborn going to be very happy with that outcome. But another round for Navi Jr. and the climb back continues. This is now looking good. I think we're starting to see them look like they're competing for the first time really in this map. I mean, pistol rounds excluded.
I'm out of here. There.
I'm gonna go there. Oh, okay. Batu wanted a fight. It goes in and it does manage to drop one more gun, so things a little bit more costly. But yeah, I think trips have genuinely been a bit of a nightmare in this game so far. People jumping over them, people TPing through them, and I the hope for Navi Jr.'s sake that is the last time that is as much of a surprise. Even still, 10-7. Operator back in the hands of Dead Ink. Ultimates in a very good spot for Reborn as well. It's definitely going to get more and more difficult, and I like this. They've had a problem on C. Let's set our superstar operator on that side of the map just as a bit more of a deterrent to the opponents.
All the time ticking away, and you've seen some presence taken by Navi Jr. towards top mid. They've got a deep trip on C, a trip outside garage as well. They've given up that mid control. All signs pointing towards a big fight coming Reezy's way. And the drone is going to send him running. That information, though, just hearing that is enough. Drone goes out on the other side. Phoenix Flash, 2 players here. Rotate comes through, but as it does, Ave's able to strike on B. Now there's a gap no matter what Reborn do, and they try to fill it in with Batu's aggression. He's caught as well. Really nice work from Navi Jr. so far to avoid those free picks going away. To push and pull the map, and now they just need to get through Batu. Done with a slide from Darzio. And that shot misses on the other side. It's whoa, okay, it was clean advantages.
30 seconds left.
Now the water's a bit more muddied.
Now the plant's in though.
Planted.
Out has ult, but with this sort of HP, it would be a stray bullet enough to take him down. Instead, he'll go forward as the trade. Contact being made. A pop flash set up and ready to go, but they're already past the point. Eventually, Kalasha reacts, but then the trades are in. Some gaps left. Definitely going to make things that a little bit more difficult. Hunter's Fury, though. It was the backup plan. The goal to try and make things that a little bit more awkward. The second player is known, and actually they'll know that there was a player on it already, but now Dead Ink left alone needs to hit one of these shots, and eventually the remaining 2 of Navi Jr. will be able to get the round over the line. Another C-site post-plant that's worked out for them, and the streak carries on, Mitch.
All time, I have to be honest, this is exactly what I was hoping to see. Not necessarily 2 swing halves like this, but a competition. And I was getting very worried that we weren't going to see competition here today. Yesterday, being on the desk, again, holding your breath the whole time, thinking, when are they going to show up? That was the deal yesterday. And for UCAN, they didn't get a chance. They were beaten to a pulp in the early stages by this squad. And it's starting to look like Reborn were eating another opponent alive. But they've slowed down, and Navi starting to find their rhythm a little bit. The confidence is important. If for nothing else, it's a BO5. You don't want to get just stomped out early on. We've seen yesterday what can happen in those cases. And especially for Navi Jr. as well. You think about those wins they had over Reborn, they had over UCAM in the upper bracket. They were clean. Certainly in the case of UCAM, they were relatively dominant, at least started out that way. We don't know how they'll deal with what would have been a bloodying loss very early on.
Well, 10-8. From one team off to a flying start, to an eco round that turned the tide, to another team being very far ahead and then losing 4 rounds in a row. It's been a game of back and forths, but not in a close proximity. Cow already trying to be a little bit cheeky. He's been spotted. Flash. Send him pack, and he's still here for now, but will be able to escape. Battle on the other side, though. Pressure being put in by Javelin. Now, there are 2 players on this other side. He's got to be careful not to just throw his life away. Not been having the best game so far. And, well, speaking of throwing his life away, Kachow gets a little bit too ahead of himself. Yeah. And that's now an easy opener for Kolosha. And bear in mind, that's his ult back online.
Yeah, I mean, he found god-tier timing on that. The second Kachow jumped up was the first second that they'd been looking in that direction since they sent him packing from mid moments ago. But it being Kolosha, especially, as you said, who finds that pick on the attack side now to have that ult for entry. They don't need to play the map the same as they have in the past. They don't need to risk running into Reezy on that deep C angle or the Cypher utility on A. Instead, you just send Kolosha through. He sees numbers, you run away. He doesn't, you get space, and that's exactly what we get here. Space for an ultimate that was about to fade away. They know that they're close on that A-Con. Javelin, bit of a shaky fight. It's been a rough game for him, and Reezy now making it even worse. The TP will have been heard. A decent idea there from Reezy. He's worried about the flank as well, but it means those players on site, they don't have that two-pronged attack. Dead Ink somehow getting away with 2. Now puts the pressure on massively. The final wraparound from Reezy comes in. He's shut down, but Dead Ink keeps on going. And now it's just 1 to deal with. Dead Ink on the defuse, and he will be dealt with. Navi Jr.'s win streak continues with a clutch.
That was so patient from Caesar on the other side, just waiting for the moment where he goes, okay, they can't have got it to half before now. They're going to be watching the window. They're going to be thinking I'm still swinging from that position. And it's because he could have been anywhere in middle at that point. And so the fact that he still just sat in the close corner, doesn't get over aggressive. They would have thought, okay, he must have peaked by now if he was anywhere around that position. Wonderfully played. He's now top of the board as well on the Sentinel. And what an aggressive start to this one. Ults are all that's really in play for the side of Reborn. The Blade Storm available. Overdrive could be used if they spot the trap. There's an operator on the other side.
There.
For the Blade Storm to stay on A long, though, someone has to confirm that there's still players here, and there it is. Oh my goodness, never mind, he's got in! Dead Ink, he's so aggressive! And the value found there's massive. Kachow popping an ult of his own, and that's scary for Navi Jr. As the ult fades, though, 1 danger swapped out for another as Reborn go for aggression in mid. Back up here from Reezy. Reveal will be online before too much longer is gone. It's Reezy in the corner now that's the real danger. Okay, they go the other way, but now to deal with Batu, they know where he is, and he's 20 HP. The man should not last long, but he's got support. And that is thinning the herd again as the wraparound comes in. Reezy's got a rifle. He's got the spike as well. And now it's all onto 1 again. A 4K needed from Cizo here, and the first shots don't land. His position known. 30 seconds on the clock, and a rifle in 1 direction. He tries to isolate the other player, but the ult used to get on out of there. And now both are grouped up. 20 seconds. Even finding the spike and running to his site would be near impossible. 12 seconds. He's got to plant fast if he wants to get away with this. 8 seconds left. He won't even make it to the site. He has to plant in the open, and no matter what, this was the result. Down and out of the round as Reborn find themselves on 11.
It's such a massive round from Dead Ink. That was where everything was taken over. I like the idea. They find out. I think he may even have expected there to only be one player on that other side. Was like, okay, I can use the Blade Storm, isolate a fight, maybe get a gun. Instead, clears out 2, gives his team an advantage. And in the meantime, they were all claiming space. Batu getting aggressive into mid. Just created a very scrappy round that they came out on top of. Of course, for the attack, that many rounds in a row, still going to have economy. And okay, an early spam takes down the man who's been the hero for the side of Na'Vi in the early stages of the round.
Yeah, and a massive problem on the attack to not have that setup from Cypher, that utility cover in your back. It forces you to play a little more direct, a little more speedy, and look at them get picked off as they try. Navi Jr. in a 2 versus 5. Look at their credits. Not in the prettiest of spots, and it's not like they've got a big loss streak built up. They might need to just save these. Otherwise, it's a very difficult round in the next. And you're certainly in a better spot in a 5v5 than a 2v5. Quick math. But Denning dropping Javelin even makes this a fool's errand. 1 extra rifle. What's that going to do? And are you even going to get to save it? The answer is no. A flawless round for Reborn and 3 chances to close out this map now.
After breaking the streak, it seems like they might have broken the backs of Na'Vi Jr. It's going to be that last-ditch effort at a pause. His team is climbing back into it, so I'm sure there is hope that can be sold by Jonta, but hope soon fades when Denning is frying. And the last couple of rounds really have been his playground. A great map from him so far. Now back to the top of the leaderboard. Plenty of credits to play with as well. Kind of comes into, okay, you can get some weaponry onto the board, but what are you going to do with it? How are you going to claim this back? And unfortunately, you look at players like Javelin having a rougher game, but it feels like there's a lot more that needs to uptick if they are going to be able to take this to overtime.
I don't think that's a crazy statement, Tom. Yeah, I mean, they found their 5 in a row earlier on, but finding another 3 now on the attack, the room for error, the margin thin. Denning's operator is going to be a problem now. The economy stabilized for the defensive side, so it gets much harder. You know, they had them in a pretty financially oppressed spot coming into round 15 and onwards.
That goes there. Where are you?
And 1 proper buy, but now the off is going to be coming in this round and the next if they want it. The Odin is in play early on, full utility of course, and 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. Big challenge. It seems like Reborn have a lot to work with. Navi Jr. though, they have a lot to work with in terms of space. This seaside is theirs. Hunter's Fury is going to be coming their way.
Oh no.
For now, nothing found.
Easy for Batu, and that's huge openings already. 2 picks. Okay, sure, the flank is going to be known, but dealing with it is going to be a completely different problem. They're going to get aggressive. I don't mind it. Try and fight forward. Try and turn the round. They'll get a reveal of their own, know where their opponents are, but knowing and dealing with them is a completely different story. They're trying to hunt down Reezy, but bear in mind, he's got the Odin. This is not a gun you want to challenge, or maybe it is. They managed to turn it back into their favor from what looked like a death sentence to now a potential victory. A TB back towards the spawn, but it's all just a bait. It's a ruse. Trying to fake out the remaining defenders, but they're also now in a good spot. A chance to catch the spike as it rotates. A very low HP Javelin, and also AV's gone as well. It's down to him again. The man who's been saving Na'Vi Jr. all throughout this map. Can Sivo do it once more?
Managed to find the spike, and they're going the wrong way. It's just time that he's buying. Yes, Neon can get there super quick, but probably not going to want to leave his teammate way behind, leave that paranoia miles away. And the wrong side of the map means the plant is secured. A 1 versus 2. I have certainly seen crazier things, and I've seen them from this man. As the time ticks, and as we said, those quicker rotations from Neon not going to be used because you want to be able to trade here. You want to be able to entry with the Paranoia, which, by the way, great position now being held by Cizo. Paranoia shouldn't hit him, but just about did. They'll stop him from punishing them to start. He didn't hear the defuse. He didn't hear it get tapped, so they've made it to half. Now he knows the pressure on. He's got to move. And in fact, they run into him. It almost worked out. A good attempt, but not good enough. Navi Jr. a 3-1 start, but they trail by 4 when the final round comes in. This is a strong start, Tom. Now Reborn 1-0 up, and that, unless I'm massively mistaken, was Navi's map pick.
Yes, like when you go into those opening maps and you maybe want to start off as strong as you can, the fact that they have managed to take that one away even after that slow start at the very beginning of the game, which feels like a lifetime away now, and then even that sort of middle round, it seems like there's so many explosive moments that could take it over for them, but not to be, and Reborn are now 1-0 up.
1-0 up indeed. Well, there's plenty more maps coming your way. This best of 5 has only just begun. But before we get into those, we're going to throw it over to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. This does feel like the first map that we've had of a series that hasn't been pretty much a blowout. Usually we feel like we have to, like, oh no, they have to do so much work to get back into this. Both of these teams were definitely fighting. It looked like it was going to be one-sided at the halfway point, but Navi Jr. thankfully showed a bit of metal there, so I'm excited to see if this series will go the same way. Maybe we do have a 5-mapper on our hands. Either way, it is Reborn who finally get their revenge, even if it's just in the form of one map so far, against Navi Jr. for that first match that they had in the playoffs. And it feels like what they said in that interview with me was true, right? They had stuff to learn from this team. They had to learn from the experience. They got taken by surprise and not letting it happen again, Echo.
Yeah. No surprises. They know what they're doing this time around, and you could see the improvements. The way they were playing across the map was great, but they were so aware of all of the things Navi Jr. were wanting to do, especially on that first half. They were so much better in their post plants with Reborn. It looked impossible for Navi to get their usual retakes in the same way. And there we have it. Reborn, they've got their map. 2 more to go.
I'd argue that this match was actually more one-sided than it actually looked on the round count. I think this map was won from the very beginning, from the first half, even though, you know, there was some Navi Junior's shenanigans through the middle that gained them some rounds, some steam. There was a clear idea of who was playing the defense side better, right? Navi Junior, I feel like a lot of the moments they allowed Reborn to play their own gameplay, they played their own plan, and that's one of the things that you don't want to do against Reborn. That's where they thrive. If they're able to take an attack on their own terms, they'll win it. But Navi Jr. never tried to give us a convincing attempt to disrupt that. Well, on the other hand, Reborn, all they did was attack on that defense.
I think there was a lot about this one that, I don't know, felt a little more sloppy than we see from both teams, maybe. I feel like they're both dragging each other down to that level, that kind of scrappy fight level, maybe, Echo. Because we definitely did see a couple of rounds that were questionable, to say the least, right? Round 5 specifically, we had no idea what was going on while we were watching it.
Yeah, this was some mistakes being made from Navi Jr., to put it bluntly. This round was the reason that they lost this half, and probably the whole map as well. Darkzio walking down towards sewer for absolutely no reason, had no information on what was going on there. Javelin choosing to stay an anchor, which made AV come in and go for this TP. And I've talked before about AV making some questionable decisions in his TPs, his aggression and that kind of thing. We saw a few in that map there, but that round, the TP that he went for and Javelin sticking around was the reason they lost that half, because it just snowballed into no money.
Yeah, I've got more examples of reasons like that, right? A tripwire not being bought once, as well as a few too many ultimates being used on eco rounds. It all added up by the end, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think, look, maybe we do need to let the teams warm up into this one. Maybe, you know, in the backs of their heads, they're like, best of 5, we've got a little bit of time to do stuff. Although, keep in mind, what we saw yesterday, they had absolutely no time. We were done in under 3 hours in that series. So maybe not, especially against Reborn. You've got to be very, very careful. But I do think that Navi Jr. will go away and talk about that one a little bit. Maybe we'll see some more from them. We've also got another round to look at for you here. Round 20, I believe, is what we have. I can't remember exactly what happened in this one. There was so much going on in this game, but we'll find out together.
So this round essentially is what we were praising Reborn about and what Na'Vi Junior weren't exactly doing on their own defense. So it's an eco round, so there's nothing to lose, especially in a round like this. So play it aggressively, try and gain some quick space. I mean, and that's exactly what you do. You've got two duelist ultimates available, Deadink and Kachao having the blades and overdrive. So it's a quick explosion from Deadink. It's as simple as it can be. It wasn't even assisted with a flash here, right? But the moral of the story is that when you're on this defensive side and your opponents have a very aggro tempered composition and game plan, you want to disrupt it. That's what eventually gave Reborn the win by the end.
Well, I mean, with that map under their belt, Reborn start things off in a very convincing way on Na'Vi Junior's first map pick, of course. But, you know, I think what we have said a few times now is that Na'Vi Junior might have some stuff under their sleeve or higher up their sleeve that they're yet to show us. I'm excited to see if we can get to those final two maps, because I do think there is more to see from this team if we do get there. But Reborn, they're definitely in a position to start coming at them with some momentum. We're going to go to a quick break and maybe they'll cool down by then, so join us in just a little bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to the final day of Stage 2 Challengers EMEA, and it's Reborn who are off to a good start this time around. Every single series so far has ended in the shortest amount of time possible. Reborn looking to make it go in their favor after their loss in the upper bracket first round to Na'Vi Junior, who have surprised everyone so far. You know what would be even more surprising? from them than just getting to this stage would be making the comeback happen here. Even after one map, we haven't seen anybody do it this stage so far. So if they can, then it would be very impressive. But it's going to have to start here on Split, a map where before the playoffs, Na'Vi Junior, they'd lost about 6 times in a row, and suddenly they've started winning now. Echo.
Yeah, and it's largely down to this stage, especially against Reborn in their previous matchup earlier on in the playoffs. Reborn really struggled on both sides, dealing with the Sage wall and dealing with the slows from Kolosha. His timing on the wall was usually pretty good, but the slows were the biggest deal because Reborn were just trying to get past them, slide in through them, and it just was not working at all. So we'll have to see if they've been able to VOD that and work out how they can beat it. They beat the Vice yesterday relatively easily. Yeah. It's relatively similar, so maybe they've got it.
Yeah, I mean, keep your eyes on how they will be navigating around the map. They'll likely be trying to figure out where that Sage is, avoid it for the life of them, and trying to use their explosive firepower in moving into their sites aggressively, as they always do. So keep an eye on that, everybody.
All right, no need to delay any further. Everybody is ready in the server, and I'm going to throw it over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Twiggy. Yes, this is now where things have to change for Na'Vi Junior. The playoffs bracket has been nothing but clean sweeps. 2-0s, a 3-0 in the lower bracket as well, Tom, but it has to change, and it very well could here on Split. As our desk said, the Sage was a big problem when we saw these two teams play against each other last time. It's somewhere that Na'Vi found the upper hand, and the question is, are we going to see that happen again? Or have Reborn made the adaptations? Or are they simply just on better form now with that momentum on their back?
Yeah, it's possible. I do think the funny thing with this map for Reborn is you look over the last 3 months, they would be 11-0 if not for that singular defeat to Na'Vi Junior. So I think that might have taught them a little bit about how this Sage can be a little awkward to play against. I was a bit surprised considering you have a Waylay that it caused them so many issues, but it was just Kolosha is so aggressive in the manner he plays, and it seems like the defense have a similar idea here. Already a battle, a brawl for B main control, but Mitch, the spike is not going there.
Yeah, Sky Flash on B as well. Like the plan was to make them think that it was a B hit and then push into this A site, but still the Sage wall there to greet them. Not used on mid early, and now it slows down the push. And this is what was a problem for Reborn, a team that liked to play super direct on this attack side. They like to be punchy, and their rhythm is constantly interrupted by Kolosha. Still with a slow, by the way, 55 seconds on the clock.
That is his role, basically. It takes a smart player to make Sage as irritating as he did the last time out, because it is just making sure you get the timing correct for when they want to rush into that site, forcing them into isolated battles like we just saw from Kachao. No one else can follow up on that other than Deadink, who now was left with the rest of his team stuck behind the wall. And then putting that in combination with the Viper screen, it just leaves them shut out, but then Kolosha doesn't hit the shots. That's the issue. Nice flash through, and that will be enough. Surely it's Batu left alone. A 1 versus 2, 40 HP, 20 seconds, only just retrieving the spike. And while I'm not surprised we don't see the Na'Vi Junior players just run in there, because I think the assumption was that he was baiting, trying to get them to swing. Instead, the time now ticks in his favor, a potential for an isolated fight or two, but he's still trying to figure out where that second player is. And for Na'Vi Junior, hoping that they maybe group up on this, because instead they give him the fight, but Zizo again just quick enough on the swing. He's had a fantastic series already, and a 3K in the pistol will not go amiss.
Yeah, it was a really nice wraparound from him there after being spotted on ramp to completely catch Batu off. But really, this round, the problems that we saw fade towards the end. And that's funny because that's when the utility, that slowing utility from the Sage disappears. Then Reborn look a lot more comfortable going in for the fights, and it's more of a regular battle. But they've picked this map. They've played this against them very recently. That's what sent them to the lower bracket, and this has to be somewhere that Reborn came in today with ideas on how to fix the thing that caught them off guard last time. There's no way they'll be surprised by it anymore, but the surprise factor isn't the only problem when it comes to this. Oh my goodness, up close already. You're dead to rights. The judge is waiting. Although that second fight not quite as favored, bit of a harder range to use it on. Kolosha taking a risk, but it's paid off.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I do genuinely think from watching Kolosha play this map, he might be in like the top 5 most irritating people to play against on Split, because it's just like everything he does, I watch it and go, yeah, if I died like that, that would annoy me. Like if I had to avoid a nade while pushing in towards the A site, I run up towards ramp and I get walled. That would annoy me. Then I go back down to lower A and I get hit by a slow. Yeah, that would annoy me. Then the next round I go running through heaven. What do I run into? Him crouched on a rope spraying me with a stinger. Yeah, that would probably annoy me. Like it's just like he's found every little detail that can just trigger someone when playing Split.
It's cool to see players like that. As you said, it takes a lot of intelligence to be that annoying, to not give away advantages in the process. Deep push here by Javelin, a lot of space taken on A. Still have that Sage, still have full utility with 1:10 left, and I do think that's a bit of an issue, because what I want to see from Reborn is, and it's not how they like to play, but a lot more pressure in pulling that utility early. Again, the dog put through here, wall goes up. You take presence, you paranoia, there's going to be a slow. And 55 seconds on the clock. Okay, there's a slow gone already. That's actually decent. Didn't have to do anything to bait that utility out. But it's because Navi Jr. want to leave mid completely and move to this B main defense. Yep.
Yeah, they want them to rush this. He sat there with the judge. He's got the weapon. The stun's great, though. Surely he's dead. Oh, okay, he gets away with one. That's a little bit surprising. The weaponry here for Navi Jr. sucks. Pistol needs to do some serious work, and okay, maybe they will. Kachao desperately low, and also Darcio's going to clear him as well. I thought that was them screwed after the judge play. Didn't get as much done as I expected, but hey, I'm still saying it. That bandit is underrated, and people are coming around to using it more and more.
And this is a worrying sign, man. Like, for Navi Jr., the fact is, in a regular round where they have rifles, they're not going to take the risk of, or rather, they're not going to burn util like the slow and mid, and then come back and play like that contact to punish with the judge up close. That's where they're going to hold their util further, and I haven't seen Reborn baiting it out. In terms of the future-proofing of this attack side approach, I'm not seeing it just yet. And again, maybe that will change as we go deeper into like full buys. At this full buy, at least, there shouldn't be much competition. Navi Jr. have a massive advantage, but Reborn are out of the choke point, and now the chaos starts to come into play, and that is where they thrive. Time and time again, we've seen it. Man advantage now to work with for the attackers.
It feels like the last map all over again. Like, you look at it and go, okay, Navi Jr. have built themselves up a massive advantage, and then a pacey hit. Again, Reborn look like they're back. Still, they've got to convert this one. They have themselves the man advantage. Unfortunately, Kolosha was the one to go down. That kill was everything. Batu wins it, and I think that's round over. Instead, the 2v2. Reezy's positioning is nasty, and he's always good in these sort of moments. But one player has gone past the other. Up above, he expects it, though. Reads it. Knows exactly what his opponents are trying to do. And again, this man has seemingly taken over. The time is too far gone. Caesar will make it very, very costly, but it's irrelevant. It's going to be that thrifty round again for Reborn. And what is it about this team in low buy rounds that are just able to steal one away?
Yeah, it was, as you said, the same thing. 3-1 in the previous map. A slightly different way of getting there. And Navi come in this time. They win that third round. It seems like, you know, it's an even better start than what we had before. And Reborn make it work. It's funny because this team is just so stubborn, man. They come in and they say, oh, last time playing quite aggressive didn't really work. We couldn't just push through. And starting out here, it didn't really work to just push through. Let's push through faster. And then it works. Sure, if at first you don't succeed, there is no limit to the amount of times this team will try. And it always seems to work out in the end. Reborn now towards the site. They've broken through the choke point and got a plant and avoided the Viper's Pit. And Reezy's picked up one.
It's disrespectful the way he plays, but he's so good at doing it that you almost can't blame him. Darcio's nade out of heaven. He's found a gap. He's found a pretty big gap. Showstopper put into play, but he's not been able to get anything done. It kind of helped out Avi, though. It gave him space unknowingly. Hezekiah has been able to deny the defuse. He knows he needs to run. He has no idea that Cizo is in that corner once again. This man has been an utter menace. I think that was his 9th kill already, going and just finishing off round number 5. But the funny thing with this round is that the one thing we said about the struggles they had was just dealing with Kalosha. They killed him instantly.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is like, it feels like Kalosha is the barrier to it being a normal round. Like, if you deal with him, then Navi Jr. are not screwed. They now have to play normal Valorant. But if you don't kill him, then the advantage that they have seems to be massive. And I do think that, similar to yesterday, when we spoke about UCAM and Reborn both having very different styles and it being a rock paper scissors matchup, it turned out that, you know, clearly Reborn were the counter to UCAM in almost everything they did in their approach to the game. It worked perfectly on both sides. And when it comes to this matchup against Navi Jr., I do think that Navi are the ones that have that upper hand, at least here on Split. The comp works, it worked last time, and what we're seeing early on, it doesn't inspire me that Reborn are coming in with solutions to what Navi Jr. are bringing to the table. And maybe that's because we'll see them in future rounds, but right now, definitely seems like complete control for Navi Jr. because they've got the game plan, and then they've got a player like Ciso who just seems to go off the charts.
A bit of a worrying sign early for Reborn. Bear in mind, they really struggled on their defense. They played last time out versus Navi Jr. Right now, it seems like they're struggling on the attack as well. So maybe it will change. We know how pacey this side likes to be. Kachao, while Blind got stuck, and there is just no brakes on this train. They have double dived in, and well, neither of the double dive has managed to do too much. Maybe is low. That nade has literally landed inside Batu. He is so desperately low, and even the sneaky play from Hezekiah is not going to find anything. It is a flawless round, and for Navi Jr., not all of them have been clean, but that's going to be a big boost to their economy.
Yeah, without a doubt, this is exactly what they needed, a moneymaker round. So if there's a little bit of a stumble, if there's a big round from Reborn where they, I don't know, have classics and somehow win, then it's fine. Be able to buy up again afterwards. That little bit of a safety net sat comfortably below Navi Jr. as they climb higher into the lead. And now Reborn, well, 3 ultimates in play, but they're up against the res from Kalosha, so some early aggression from the defense wouldn't be incredibly surprising. There's some open peaks as they search for picks, but for now at least it's mostly Kalosha aggressing, pushing up in B main, grabbing that information. And it seems like across the board, Navi Jr. trying to be a little bit proactive in terms of searching for those fights. I see on A main as well. I don't know if there was a gap in that smoke, but it certainly looked like there was a setup of a smoke with Javelin peeking on the very edge of it. I don't know if he had a little pixel gap.
Ooh. Okay, Kalosha's been caught again. I don't think Darcy was expected, though. You see that Sage, you go, that's one. Getting out of here is going to be very difficult, but he's managed to dodge everything, it seems, at the back of the site, but won't be able to survive Kachao. The trade comes quick, leaving things into a 3 versus 3, and while one fades away, the other isn't so lucky. An attempt from Dedic and Hezekiah. Well, they knew where he was. They spotted him outside of A main. In fact, his steps are not going to be shrouded. Though the silent drop might just help him out. I like the wraparound from Navi Jr. They know that this man was flanking. Let's group up. Let's re-battle a different point of call. And you can see Hezekiah's just trying to figure out where they went.
Well, that timing's worked out decently for him. He snuck into main right as they cleared it. Now they think he's already through sight because of the grab well earlier on. But now they know. And without getting that plant in, they've already closed the distance. I thought they'd be even closer. I thought someone would sprint, but they played it very, very patient, not giving away any information to Hezekiah. As a result, a round win found. Navi Jr. 2 players alive and 6-1 in the lead. Honestly, this is the kind of lead that it looked like they were going to have on Haven. They certainly set themselves up for that success. And looking back at Haven, Tom, that may have resulted in a map win for them. That stumble gave Reborn the lead, but they're not coming anywhere close to giving advantages away here.
Yeah, it's funny because you look at that round from Kolosha and you go, oh, well, that was silly. But the funny thing is they're thinking so much that his job is to delay them. The assumption was there would be nobody else on site. And that gets them killed, which, okay, it's definitely an oversight from Reborn, but it is quite funny that while having no impact, he had impact.
Even in death, he finds the kills just through his teammates. That's a good buddy to have.
This is aggressive.
He's so alone as well. And now you're seeing Sage come through. This paranoia fired in. Slow should come to help, but that's a nice TP. That's a very nice TP. Oh. And Deading checked it in the final hour, just as I think the whole squad was about to fall. Deading bails them out. That is so lucky as well. Half a second extra on that, and I think we've got a different round, but instead a flawless display from Reborn.
I'm not sure what changed in the last few seconds, but they didn't miss a beat in that round. I will say there's a few times, obviously, you'll look at this Na'Vi Junior team and talk about some of them like only being together for a couple of months. There's a million excuses. AV does make some choices where I'm like, that's insanely aggressive. It's like putting himself in the corner, jumping backwards, and then TPing into the same corner to try and bait them. And then it's like, yeah, if you get 2 here, this is fine. But even a 1-for-1 trade when you're a solo site holder, it's a pretty big gamble. And then in the circumstances like that where he gets nothing, you just go, yeah, you probably shouldn't have made that play. Like, if you're back on site, you're jump peeking and you just paranoia and fall away, that's absolutely fine. But you could tell that he wants to make those sort of hero plays. And I don't know if that's a characteristic of being at the bottom of the board and seeing your teammates thrive, or just a part of his gameplay in general. But I do wonder if that's the reason for the pause, because you are 6-2 in the lead. And that's the moment that Jonta goes, yeah, actually, I'm not happy with that.
I mean, we saw the same thing from him a couple of times now throughout playoffs, where I do think he is just an aggressive player when it comes to making those when it comes to making those TPs. And it, again, even going back to Haven, there was a madness round from him over on the A site.
Yeah,
and I think that, you know, it sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think last time that he played Reborn, it worked far more often than it didn't. So not surprised that he's still going for it. And also in that corner at that moment, go to site, you're probably still dead. Like, they're going to just dash in deep and take you down. That's quite the pickup. Again, the guy who has put up so many big rounds, and especially whenever there's been a stumble early on, like, he's there to pick up the clutches when the rest of the team drops the baton. But Cizo down, and the response from Na'Vi Junior is to clear this mid space, and in the meantime, they've lost B.
And they do have a res. Been online for a while, so that will turn it back into a 5v5. I like the re-clear of middle just to make sure that they can get that res without problems. Even still, though, post plants. Oh, that is not a great spray from Kakao, but luckily he wasn't alone. Deading, A's done wonderfully. A perfect stun. We've heard a lot about the vulnerabilities of that, and then back to even sticking around, but this is why you revive him. This is why you bring him back. Another double for Cizo. Turns it back into a 2v2. Has a coil. Are they going to check him? If they do, he's surely dead to rights. A third kill for the youngster, putting it down to just 1. And they've even put the pit in. They're baiting him in for the fight. That is glorious from Cizo once again. This man is something special.
Yeah, he really is well worth the res, isn't he? That's ridiculous. Oh, we tee up how important that kill is for Reborn when they take him down immediately. And now you very much get to see why.
He went 3 for 2 in the round.
I can't believe he can have that much impact.
That's insane.
Jeez. Third and a defuse to close it out. Yeah, this round would have been lost without him, and the lead would have been under threat. But instead, Na'Vi Junior, they extend that lead now up to 5. And it's Reborn. They will have to fight their way back. Rifles, though, still in play. TP taken by Reezy, but they've lost Kachao. Now the ult comes into play, but not fired as Deading. Shorty's Darcio out of the round. It's a chaotic bloodbath to start this out. And it's Reezy that's gotten the short straw. He is completely surrounded, fully blind, but a smoke has given him a moment of reprieve. Looking the wrong way, though, is going to do anything but never mind! Nice work by Reezy. He's giving them a chance.
Spike
Gave
planted.
them time to plant. I'm not liking the pressure around the edge of the smoke. Feels unnecessarily risky. Puts them back into a disadvantage once again. Batu's managed to turn that. AV up top and a wraparound coming in from behind, but it's like they're realizing where these players are, and they do have the Seekers available, but instead they're just frying. Headshot after headshot, play after play, and okay, not the prettiest of flashes at the end, but then it gets the shot anyway. It's another round onto the board for Reborn. They are not out of this just yet.
You know, I always wonder when I see a player sat with a trophy behind them. You know, this is not a single player game, right? This is a team game, and typically you don't want to you don't want to win a tournament and not get the trophy. So how do you decide who gets to keep it? And you know, I saw Deading sitting with his trophy behind him, and I thought, wow, I wonder why the team decided you can keep it. Now I understand why the team made that decision. Yeah, the more I watch him, the more I understand. He is so good, man. And I think, you know, I think you pointed out Batu might have been above him when it came to the stats, but when it came to the impact, man, it was anything but. The positions Deading finds himself in and what he gets out of it is something else. And even there, you could see Kachao and him, it was a battle for who's getting the kill. There was no question for if it was going to happen.
Oh, this is risky. By the way, Batu has no flashes left because he used both of them at the beginning of the round, and he flashed himself with one of them. So
nice.
Not the greatest utility usage I've ever seen. And he's also gone down and given a rifle over onto the other side. Caesar's going to be healed up. Okay, Deading's gone as well. This has gone from bad to worse for this attacking side. This is a round that they cannot afford to lose. This was an eco. This was barely anything put into play. Now the time is ticking firmly in their favor, but they've still got work to do. Kachao, he spotted at least one, and Cizo again, and he's going to clean it off once more. This man is going to be hated by the Reborn players. I was going to say by the end of the game, but I feel like they already do.
Yeah, I think by about 4 rounds in to the first map, we were pretty close to that point already. This guy is something else. You know, even in that 2v2, there's a point where you said, but and my brain immediately auto-filled in, but Cizo's alive. And then he does that. Yeah. Like, it feels like a meme. It feels like unfair for him to be the focal point of the storytelling when it comes to almost any battle he's involved in. But he is. It's 17-5. Like, he is just the main character of this game right now. And when you think about how many moments he's been in clutches and managed to make it work, it just becomes even more impressive. 1 round left to play for. Navi fighting for 9.
Oh, that's gone well. Deading again and Kachao. This double duelist has caused them issues. Cizo already trying to claim space around the ramp now. They know that Hezekiah is here, or at least it seems they do, and they definitely will now. But can they deal with him? Multiple players within the site is going to make it tough, and if they don't get rid of him, this round should be over. Like, he could just hold the backline, he can buy time, and well, they have managed to deal with him eventually.
Not again.
All through. AV, another, but it's still just going to be the trades back, and this time they have managed to take out the Danger Man. Javelin is all that remains, and 8-4 half seems all but guaranteed. At least Reborn are going to have a similar opportunity to their opponents in the last.
Nice work by Batu. 3 kills to close it out, and that is indeed an 8-4 scoreline. Not a bad position to play from, but for Navi Jr., this is the correction that we were looking to see. They've come into this map locked in, and the lead is locked in alongside them. Now we go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see how the story ends. Welcome back, folks. It is 8-4 in favor of Navi Jr. They're a map down and now on their opponent's map pick, but looking a hell of a lot better. You can see on the scoreboard there, it hasn't been a streak of rounds for Reborn all map. And what a change that's been. Now moving to their defensive side where, Tom, you had your worries about their past performances. It definitely does look like Navi Jr. are on the road to recovery early on in this BO5.
It feels like this composition for them should be better on the defense. So I think that's the one thing I will say is that, I mean, Navi. So realistically, that they might be going into their slightly worse half, but they didn't seem to struggle with that last time out. So we'll see. A pistol round, similarly as we said in the last, could be a turning point. Already, though, a ruse being sold. It has been spotted out by Deading, though. Able to get in early and retreat back. Kolosha will find the first, but the trade's coming in. Aggression into middle. Now, they know that Darcio was around this angle, but they've decided to ignore him and go back to group up with the team. That backside's going to be walled. Plant seemingly guaranteed. Already, the defense is looking to get in.
Javelin's done very well. Number sit comfortably with Navi Jr. And Ezekiel's going to have his work cut out for him to pull back those advantages. Of course, Cizo's the one standing in his way. And 9-4 we go. Navi Jr. with a pistol round now. Victory seems very close at hand. For Reborn, well, at least they got that first map. Does this look like favor to Navi Jr. from the get-go?
You get those additional opportunities. The worry, though, is that obviously Pearl being up next is a pretty scary place. The Turkish squad, something they haven't played over the last couple of months. So, and into those like more niche maps, I feel like that's where Navi Jr. actually have a bigger advantage. Split was meant to be the one that, again, the only team they've lost to in 12 matches is this team. And we were hoping that that would then be the fix, but it doesn't seem throughout that first half that that's been the case. And now, unless there's a miracle in this second round, we're already going to be 3 rounds away from tasting defeat on it.
I really like what Navi Jr. did here with the swap up as well from last time.
One enemy remaining.
My goodness.
He physically flinched on his cam, by the way. Like he ducked to try and avoid the bullets.
Spike planted.
I do that. I do that. I feel that. But yeah, like I just think from top down that this looks so comfortable for Navi Jr. that, you know, especially thinking of Haven, where the second half was a completely different story. They started to wake up. It does just feel like this was a very slow start from our current attack side when it comes to the series. But since half to a Haven, they've been locked in, and it's now Reborn that are the ones that we really need to see a response from. As we said, you know, you don't really want to just get banged out of a map early on. It is hard for some teams to recover, and I do think for Reborn especially, as we talked with so many Turkish players about how the scene in general is more emotional, it's more momentum based. Well, getting squashed like this, it certainly wouldn't do work wonders for their morale or momentum. This is dangerous. He's on top of the wall as well. It's a nasty little setup from Navi Jr. Only gets them 1 kill, but good damage on the back of it. Ooh, that flash. That is caught big time.
Here.
Oh my goodness. I guess you have to be aggressive with the stingers. Okay. Well, we spoke about the aggressive element. That's about as aggressive as it gets. Running through your own smoke. Cizo is the one with a rifle, and well, he's the exact man you'd want to have with a rifle. And I think for Reborn, you might have to even think about saving.
Taken
A
out.
2v4. Okay, now it gets interesting. Dazio maybe a little bit ahead of the curve, and because of that,
Player
things are
standing.
starting to slip.
One
The
enemy
trade's
remaining.
back thick and fast, but it's down to the 1v1. And Hezekiah, I'm sure this man has lived in his nightmares over the last couple of rounds. It took a
What?
bullet through the smoke, a singular bullet. Honestly, if I was playing against him, I'd have reported him for cheating.
Yeah, I'd be calling every admin I know. This is ridiculous. The guy just doesn't stop. And yeah, the casual, cool one. Well, it wasn't one shot, but it was the first shot through the smoke to take the kill. Nah, you're sickeningly good, bro. That looks like cheats,
he's
bro.
walling.
He's got
He's
a toggle.
walling, right?
He's got a toggle, bro. That's crazy.
I think I would have missed more bullets with X-ray than he missed without.
Look at him. Look at the smile on his face, you dirty dog. He knows exactly what he's done. And it's been all game, and it's been all series as well. Like, you look back at Haven, and sure, Navi Jr. lost that map. CISO is 24-15. He kept them alive in so many rounds and delayed the inevitable victory for Reborn. Now come into this map, and he's doing the same thing, showing up again and again in the clutch moments for the big plays. And you have to then look across the board and think, well, where is this going to go for Reborn? This is the team that's supposed to be individually better, and they're getting squashed by an individual on the other side in the crunch time moments.
It's no doubt that Challengers is always very good for unearthing talent, and it's no doubt that Navi Jr., be it across this title or another, has always been very good at unearthing talent. But if he keeps up this sort of form, it's safe to say that there might be a few player in the Navi main roster who start to sweat a little bit, and that is not the start you're looking for. A solo fight out from Kachao has baited them into deading. He's actually still having a relatively good map. He's had moments. Can he do anything here? No. They immediately back up.
I've got your trail.
Base taken. 2 players within this B site at least, but it's somewhat isolated. One is hiding behind the smoke, and then Hezekiah is out fighting. But he's doing everything. Okay, maybe that's the plan. I'll just watch you kill everyone.
Oh, he's out of ammo. It's the only reason he goes down. It's left on the Batu, who's now being spotted and dealt with on the backside. Navi Jr., they just keep getting away with these rounds, man. CISO's looking unkillable, and 12 on the board. This map is done. And the question really is, can Reborn bounce back, be it now to start a comeback, fake or real, or be it in the next maps? Because this has been a masterclass from Navi Jr. Again, look at that play from Hezekiah. That should have saved the round, and it just falls apart.
I have to question. Like, Batu is hiding in a smoke behind him. I don't know what's going on there. Like, you have one teammate fighting for his life, and the other one, I'm not sure what was happening. Lost in the source. This round, those going a little better. The double duelist once again. But bear in mind, Kolosha does have a res. If they can hold on to that ground enough, and somewhat traded evenly there, using the res. Javelin at least holds on enough. But Dedink again, he's trying his best. He's going to try and hold the ground. He's so unlucky. A 140 almost seems unfair. Okay. Fazio maybe misreading that slightly. His teammates have gone the other way. I guess his attempt was to sell the ruse, but he sold it well. There's no doubt about it. And realistically, with CISO still alive and a man that can, in theory, heal CISO if he takes damage, I'd say Navi are in a all right spot.
Yeah, it was a nice idea to try to sell that fake on B, but they were closer than expected now. Reborn. Oh, they've been caught on the timing. I think they realized, but a little bit too late. In goes Heza. It could have been the final play of the game. A big round as well from Navi Jr., but just about getting it across the line. Reborn find themselves one. Many, many more needed.
Back and forth round. To win a round with a res, it's not a bad position to be in, but I'll be honest, I don't mind a fake being sold. I think when you have a 3v2 advantage, it feels unnecessary. Like, you group up, you go together, you trade. I think you're in a fine spot. Is this the beginning of an 8-round streak, or just singular note out of tune for Na'Vi Junior. Now they are actually in a bit of a problem economically. I'm looking at Kolosha just playing a pistol, although his bandit's been pretty good. Again, the aggression working out wonderfully. And there you go. Bandit used, gun can be picked up. Actually kind of saved them money.
Smart investment. What can you say? I love to see it. A flash. I know about CISO. There's not much that can be done on this side of the map. And in fact, the rotation coming through now from Reezy, expecting that pressure to come through on A, knowing that a potential contact down ramp could have happened already. Straight through to the site. The spike's on the other side, and this will just be an A fake. This is beautifully sold. Batu calling for reinforcements. Rotation already in from Dead Ink, and you can see Hezekiah is starting to pull to that side of the map. Now is the window for Na'Vi Junior to go, and the window is closing. Heza's coming back in this direction. In fact, now so are Dead Ink and Reezy. They've got to be quick, or the defenders will be here waiting.
Yeah, they've also got the convergence path available. That's going to be it's not here. I don't think it's connected onto anybody. Unless the player at the back of the site has been caught, but if they've been able to take the space. Batu, that's a huge kill, and now the time is ticking. If anything, the time is gone. The last man not going to make it to the site, and, well, Reborn will keep this going a little longer. 6 in a row needed, but at least they've managed to string together 2. That was a struggle for them in the first half.
I think Batu did a good job there calling for the rotate back in the other direction. Like, they put a lot of pressure onto him. The dog was coming. The Viper orb went up. He knew this player's about to burst through. And a couple seconds later, when no contact is in play, he's calling for that rotate back. And it's tough because with a Viper orb up, they could have contacted into heaven. They could have started to take a lot of space. And Dead Ink would have turned his back just as they fill it in. But that call was made in the nick of time. They get back to B. They stop the plant. As you said, the convergence path, it ended up hitting just onto Sage, but that was the spike carrier, so no chance to even get that plant in or to put the pressure on. Good tag to start here as well. RCO low. And Dead Ink able to make it out of there, but Batu's going in. Okay, yeah, he's made the call not to, thankfully.
Seemed like he was just covering off a teammate. The spam has now sent Kolosha low as well, but to be honest, that's not a bad trade. Again, this shorty still dealing damage, causing issues, and the weaponry such a disadvantage. Kachow's there to continue what is a fairly dominant round. 3 in a row, starting to climb back. There's still 5 needed. Unless Na'Vi completely disappear here, you feel like it will eventually go their way.
Yeah, and they're even calling the timeout to make sure that they put their best foot forward when it comes to this. I think for Reborn at the moment, you know, it looked weird there at the end seeing Batu run through a smoke against the eco, but when your outlaw players just fired both barrels and is getting pressured, I think someone needs to make a play. But it did give an opportunity. Luckily, Heza was there to pick up the slack, dot the I's, cross the T's, and get them to 7. But like we said, you know, the comeback here, be it fake or real, it's just about showing that they could compete. This is the first time they've been able to string together 2, let alone 3 rounds. And, you know, it did look like they were being completely outclassed for kind of 16 rounds. So much better to see now a good face on Reborn. But I do agree with you. It might be too little. It should be, in fact, too little too late. And especially with the composition that Na'Vi Junior are running, there's almost no slack when it comes to ultimates. So if you save those up for a big ult dump round, you've got the res to bail you out. You've got the pit, be it on retakes or locking down map control. You've got seekers to fight through, which is just huge for target selection. And you know what's even better than a showstopper is a showstopper when you know the guy's in the corner over there.
And then also a showstopper where if you die, you can be rezzed again. It's,
oh, exactly.
And you have a Viper's Pit. There's a lot available. Now, they are just going to take the entry. I like the decision, though, from the defense. They've surrendered the site. They've even avoided what could be the pot shot. Kachow very aware of where that could go. The problem is, what do they have in the retake? Maybe they're not even going to go for a retake. They might try and push in before. Flash out, paranoia out, that's definitely the plan. Stun also put into play. Spike not planted, the rest seemingly playing for that post plant, but the post plant never came. This is really nice from the defensive side, not allowing them that safe haven, not allowing them an opportunity to put the time on their side. Javelin trades one back, but they were almost waiting for a flank that was just too far behind. Cizo needs a 1v3, and if anything, his teammate's own wall. Okay. A little bit shaky, but we get there in the end.
Yeah, I actually think that flank timing was, I'm not sure what that was, Batu. That flank timing was close to perfect if it had been a normal retake from Reborn. But they did a really good job of playing that flood before the plant is even attempted at getting really disruptive for Navi Jr. And this is something that has been a huge strength for them throughout this entire stage. So it's great to see them, as we said earlier on, I think it was when Batu was put under pressure last map on C, and he was just stood there taking the fight. You know, his final stand. But this is more what we're used to seeing work for that squad, where they give up the space on the defense and fight for it after. This will not be the game plan this time. Deading's taken one already. A nice early pick. And this is the thing, you can afford to now play much more passive, but that's just not in the playbook for Reborn. They're sitting, waiting on top of the wall. It's nasty. Kachao's got a double for his trouble, and Batu. I really don't want him to lose this fight. It's always looking the wrong way. It's very messy. But he's got there in the end. Never a doubt.
Oh, no. Yeah, from the tone of your voice, it never seemed like you doubted him for a second. Oh. Osher. He's already got his ult, so it's more just about damage, and there is none to be had. It's a return for Batu. Now the distance is just 3. This has gone from 8 rounds in a row needed to only 3 to take us to overtime. Seems like Navi Jr. just haven't been able to find the answers to what has been an impressive resurgence from their opponents. And also, you kind of mentioned like there could be an ult spam. Well, the last round that they had a buy, they sent 2 in. So the chance for that ult spam is now dissipating. And they find something in this round because the ults are building back up again for their opponents.
.130 on the clock, and it seems like a mass migration from this attack side away from mid and B towards this A site where Deading stands waiting alone with an op in hand. I mean, they must put utility around this corner. They know the op is in play. Not that it's here, but you won't take the risk. It should be a dog to clear this to start, and that's exactly what comes into play. Already crossing, moving towards heaven, but Deading chose his moment to strike. The dash makes it out. Ult going into play. It's caught everyone, every single player stuck. That slows them completely, and another slow just to be sure. He'll go back for the heal that he can get as well. Ready to fight later, but Kachao ready to fight now. Waiting down below in sewers. He's found himself one. He's going out for more. The stun is sublime. Good night and sweet dreams as a 12-9 becomes 12-10. Reborn. Very few. In fact, it seems like no roadblocks left to slow them down. Kalasha, all that remains. And to be honest, Tom, I talked about the comeback of Reborn just in my mind only for morale. It seems like a lot has changed now and it's starting to look doable. I'm not sure what that was.
Oh yeah, no. This has been madness. Like the fact that Kachao is able to do so well from a position that seemed like maybe a one and done, locks them into the back of the site. Early pick as well. Almost making things slip away. Not a single kill found for this attacking side. Also, the hero of Cizo has started to go a little bit quiet. Maybe starting to believe that the map was over. In fact, a singular shot in round 17, and this game would have been over. They almost clutched it out just moments before. And the difference is that now their opponents have climbed back in. Have they got the stones to take this one?
Yeah, it's never easy when you start to feel like you're being choked out of a series. Because that would be what this is, not just a map, but the series slipping as well. If Reborn can manage to take it, a reverse sweep needed to take that grand final. But now, advantage sits with Navi Jr. Mid control is there, and A is clearly the target. It means they're going past Batu. He's had his ups and his downs, some big rounds and some quieter moments. This one, well, what would be demanded of him would be perfection, but instead we're looking at a push to the other side of the map. Dead Ink has found the one player on the A side, Cizo, but B is the target. The wraparound coming in. Oh my god, that timing! Where was Reezy looking? A ghost whispered to him, and now the number's even though with that pick. Oh god, the timing for Reborn in this round is insane.
Our opponents have taken 1v1 fights with weaker weapons, and somehow it seems like they're coming out on top of all of them, and they're still pushing as well. They're not giving up on this aggression, meeting fire with fire, fighting Reborn with their own strategy. And now Hezekiah doesn't even expect there to be a player in the corner. Why would you? You expected a group up. I don't know how that's the round they win, Mitch, but eventually Na'Vi Jr. get it over the line.
Yeah, it is a crazy game that we're getting, and I'm just excited to know that we're getting even more of it now. Trading out 1-to-1 in maps early on, it means we're guaranteed to hit at least map 4 in this series. What an absolute banger, though, here on Split. Again, this felt like we were going to have Reborn dead on arrival, but they very much turned up towards the end, Tom. Now, we have a series on our hands, like we said, but more than that, we have an analyst desk. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. Definitely a series on our hands. I mean, for a second we thought that maybe not. I mean, that was pretty ridiculous, but the fake comebacks carry on. I mean, Reborn faced a few of those against Job Life in their first lower bracket game, but they're the recipient this time. Na'Vi Jr. managed to make it work in the end after definitely putting in the hard work in the first half, and Split remains an incredibly strong map for them. Look, obviously some pitfalls in that map specifically, but you know, they're still getting the better of a team such as Reborn, who looks strong against UCAM here before Echo.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me coming into this, is the fact that like both of these teams looked really strong, but Reborn looked incredible at this map earlier in the playoffs, and then against Na'Vi Jr. it does just falter. This time it wasn't really due to the Sage, it was just due to how Na'Vi were playing together more than they were before, but the Sage definitely had the value. I mean, the res is onto Cizo and then him winning the rounds. Like, there's so many good moments here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think I'm a little bit disappointed with Reborn, how they didn't quite adapt from the last time they played up against Na'Vi Jr. Sure, on the attacking side, you know, when they were on the defensive side, right, and never had to deal with Sage anymore, having to cross into sites like that, you know, that's when things started to go right for them. Obviously, it was very brawly. Obviously, there was a lot of back and forth because of that reasons. You know, had standout moments from Cizo for most of the game. Hezekiah was a big reason why there was a comeback towards the end. But I think the overall gist is that I don't think there was a big enough adaptation coming out for Reborn playing on Split. So yeah, didn't quite deserve to win that one. Instead, Na'Vi Jr. are going to be extending the series.
Indeed. I mean, we have plenty of rounds to look back at for that one. I think a lot of learning from that. So Echo, take me through round 11 to begin with.
Yeah, this retake was such a clutch moment for Na'Vi Jr. to come back in this situation. It looked like Reborn could have got that fourth in the half so early on, and maybe switched that round 12 as well. But they just won out their fights, and then all of a sudden Cizo swings around that corner to get the trade, and this was the start of what set Na'Vi Jr. up to win the map, because if Reborn had won that, everything goes the other way.
I'm going to need to move us on quickly. Sorry, we're going to look at the next round as well here, round 22. So take me through that one quickly as well.
Yeah, so round 22, this was the aggression on the defense that we'd seen from Reborn before. They were really good at this on a Haven, going for aggressive peaks, locking it down, and then aggressing elsewhere or centralizing to then be able to play off of each other and to control the map. And Kachao, we saw it incredible on Haven, and we're seeing it again here. Wasn't enough to win the map, but you know, as we look further in the series, if they can keep doing this on the defense, maybe it goes that way.
All right, well, yeah, quickly, I mean, you mentioned it yourself about... Sorry, I feel like I'm just cutting you off over and over again. We need to move, you mentioned Cizo yourself here, so why don't you expand on that a little bit? I'll let you talk.
So this is my turn now. Okay, cool. No, Cizo, he was out of his mind in a lot of the situations, and I think the cast has highlighted it nicely that there was an opportunity for Reborn to get back into the game in the first half, you know, start streaking. But of course, Scissor has to do Scissor things. He was able to win a clutch. After that, he started getting multi-kill after multi-kill. I think the game would have been much closer, maybe looking the other way around, given how strong Reborn were on the defense, if it wasn't for Scissor's performances. So yeah, definitely the MVP of that one. And I'm looking to see if he's able to perform more, because when you look at a roster like Na'Vi Jr., other players kind of take attention. So Scissor jumping in and being the highlight player today shows that there is depth in this roster from who can step up at any moment, which makes this a very formidable team.
Oh, indeed, and that does mean now with one apiece, we are going to finally get a series that doesn't go 3-0 or 2-0. Thank the Lord. But we're going to head to a quick break, and we will be back with map 3 very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit him top, let him take shots. 007 on the block, keep that aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the arc, brought the chop, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit him top, let him take shots. 007 on the block, keep that aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Don't do what I said. Yeah, my boy said don't do what I said. Yeah, my boy said don't do what I said. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up?
이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이잖아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷잘 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never win I'll never fight win or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower
Hello everybody, welcome back to Stage 3 playoffs. Oh, Stage 3? Oh my god, no, we're not quite there yet. That's next month, that's next month. Stage 2 playoffs here for EMEA, and we are 3 maps in, and that, well, I mean, we're on the 3rd map now, and both teams have won a map. Finally, we've done it. And we're heading to Pearl next. Na'Vi Junior, the last time they played, this wasn't quite the same roster, but this time they are up against a team which, I mean, this is the benefit of a best of 5, right, Pavlos, is that they were allowed themselves to pick into a map where Reborn really haven't played it.
Yeah, now that can be a double-edged sword, right? Because Reborn behind the scenes can have something prepped up that it's, you know, information you don't really have in regards to VODs and how you want to be preparing up against it. But it also could mean they don't really have that much experience on it either, right? They don't have the fundamentals down. Now, odd composition coming through from Na'Vi Junior, as they usually do have. Vito, Astra, Harbor, the double controller coming through by Reborn, though. I've decided that Neon Waylay is the way to go.
I don't think there's a big surprise there really for Reborn. Neon Waylay, it's working so well for them. Deadink has so many hours on Waylay in the last 90 days. It feels like that's his true comfort. I'm very interested to see how this Na'Vi Junior comp plays out though. They won against Team Liquid Academy with it in Northeast. There's good things here, but I do think that the combination of Vito, Astra, and Harbor is a lot of relatively low impact things throughout most of the round, and then one big potential burst. And the Vito, I think, has a lot of potential value, but when you're up against the comp that Reborn are running, you lose out on a lot of that.
I completely agree. Like usually when you have something so fast paced, then you've got so many controllers and no real, you know, easiness to slow things down, and at least not to the pace that your opponents are playing. You're going to have a tough time. So I think Na'Vi Junior are going to have to prove us that this comp can work against anyone.
All right then. With that said, we're going to throw over to our casters. It's time for map 3 with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, folks. Map 3 underway, and Tom, a lot to be excited about from what the desk was talking about there. But what catches your eye coming into this map?
Oh, I definitely think some of the stuff Pavlos said. But anyway, into the game, I think that, like, yeah, I think the composition that is being run, as the desk said, is definitely very interesting. Like, I think it's one that's tough to get right. I've seen so many people try and play Vito. So many people talk to me about the potential of Vito, and then I see people play Vito, and it's bad. But CISO has just had 2 of the best maps I've seen in Challengers so far, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And, well, here we are.
Exactly. Yeah, it very much feels like we are not in a position to question this man after what he's fielded today. So all eyes on that Vito, certainly. And when it comes to the Harbor comp as well, you know, I love how fluid, no pun intended, that this roster can be, that this composition can be for Na'Vi Junior. But they have that little bit more rigidity with the Astra in play, but global control on the back of it. Especially when you talk about the attack side, there's going to be a lot of options for what a round can look like and what pressure can look like from this Na'Vi team. I like that a lot, and they've done great work already. CISO re-aggressing on B clears it completely, and Reborn are running into a stack.
Don't say. Whoa, okay, not a bad start. There's still plenty more players that they've got to deal with, but they are dealing with them. A very low HP Darcio, and he's done incredibly well. It seems like we're in the same case once again. CISO or bust. 3 players needed. Honestly, unless they walk into this angle backwards. Okay. But I thought he had the first one. I thought he at least had Reezy, but no. Reezy quicker on the trigger. And an important pistol for Reborn on a map that, they're not really known for playing.
I think that was kind of insane that Darcio did as much as he did on back A side. Like you said, I think it was 19 HP. So yeah, literally any gun in the game except for a classic from 31 meters, I think that does 18 damage to the leg. So other than that, you're talking about any weapon taking him down. He has 2 players running him and takes 2 down before eventually falling. That's damn impressive work, but that's all there was to write home about. Now Reborn 1-0 up and pressure early on. They know that this space is being fought for, but Deadink knows he can get out for free. So he goes in for one, gets out with it. And the space being held by Batunax is so important in this round. Camera on B long, Trip covering mid, him covering mid as well. They know that their back is secure. And without that, they would probably be forced to run into these pistols. And then now they can take their time and make a more measured decision.
They can take their time and then run into the pistols.
Walk into the pistols. Isn't that much better?
Oh, you know,
that's great.
Deadink's gonna go flying eventually, right? He always does. Especially not now. the reveal has definitely helped them out a little bit.
Another. Never mind.
I think they are.
They revealed them, right? Yeah.
I think with the amount that Kachow spamming that wall, something tells me he has an idea.
There it is, player spotted, dealt with,
Reezy still half-checked that, by the way. His teammate spammed like 30 bullets into that wall, and he's like, I'm not sure.
Maybe he's gotten out by now. Well, a 2-0 for Reborn. Nicely done in this round as well. You can see them pump the brakes on that A main aggression aside from Deadink. So I think it already put his refract down, so he was having none of it. He was getting involved no matter what. You have to respect the man for that. Ability used, you better get value out of it. But when it comes to that, this round, sorry, for Navi Jr., a full buy comes into play, and then we had aggression attempted on A main, nothing on the back of it. This time, the same flash, so the same signal to their opponents with a grav well that this is being fought for, but as Dedek has just seen, it's not. And this is a real benefit of having this agent, Tom. Like before, you couldn't just run through, clear it, and get out for free. Even if you did it with Jet, you would have to jump through the smoke in the first place and then dash back. But now you get to get in and get out scot-free. So that kind of fake early aggression is countered so quickly by that.
Time to hunt. Scout
Having a
destroy.
utility. Almost perfect. For Colossia, he's been able to put up a smoke, but they've gone through it. Kachao just disrespecting them once again. And yeah, 15 targets for Darcio to aim at. It's not gone to plan. Nothing landing for the side of Na'Vi, and it has to be a fadeaway. You can already, well, Caesar is saving, or he's just taking the longest rotation of all time. And I guess AD was thinking about TPing in before he realized he's no longer playing Omen.
Yeah, you're going to get some info here for CISO. I don't know how often they've spotted these trips. They have been moving as well a lot for Batu. But I think important just to note that that information is being... That's a funny angle. That information is being held late into the round, and it could be something that Navi look to take out of Reborn's hands, because it has often been just Batu lurking around B or mid, and if they can find that fight, great. But that also starts to play as a bit of a ruse as time goes on, and you look to deal with Batu. No doubt, eventually Reborn. Oh. Wow, we'll be running those fakes. Well, that's a costly conclusion to the round and a timeout right after. I'm sure the vibes are going to be exquisite in there.
Yeah, wow, 2 kills in 3 rounds, and they were both from Darcio in the pistol. There has not been anything to write home about thus far for the side of Na'Vi Jr. And this, like, you talk about teams going to, like, having the third map being one of the best. It's a conversation we have quite regularly. Do you want to start strongest, or do you want to have it at that sort of crunch time in the series? I feel like Na'Vi kind of went for it at crunch time. This is a map that they've been very strong on, 5-2 over the last 3 months. Obviously, a lot of that was back into the regional leagues rather than here in Challengers. But then the opponents literally have not played it in that time frame. So it seems like one that realistically should be very heavily in their favor. But right now, Kachao is almost just saying, oh, no, this is my map. Like, maybe my team don't want to play it that much. Maybe we don't enjoy it as much. But for me on the Neon, this is a great time. 7-1, dominating. When you have a young star like him, that can be enough to win you the game if he just feels good in the map.
That definitely gives you the leg up, that's for sure. And a 4th round about to take place. Navi Jr. on a low buy. It looks like we might get some aggression out of them early on towards middle. But for Reborn, they have to be ready for some aggressive stances when the credits are that low. Flash in mid already. It's a different round. They can tell that. The info being relayed by Heza that there's a lot of presence here. Of the Harbor Orb up, a Sky Flash, the Vita walkthrough though. That's the real danger. I mean, Hezekiah is completely cut off, but do they expect him to be there? It doesn't look like it. And once the trip is broken, Hezekiah knows that he's got a target. They need to stay safe from long while he wraps his way around, but he should have one for free. Just buying time now or the rest, and there it is. CISO down.
Post plant, one of your avenues cut off, and retaking B can be difficult with a full purchase, let alone with a few bandits, a sheriff. Singular classic. Okay, they've at least managed to hit onto Deading, but he's just using counter utility to try and slow them down. It's a nice shot on one, but ultimately another cleanup and another multi-frag for Kachao. His 10th kill already in just 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly not bad. Well, I'll tell you that. I would say that's almost a positive. And for now, like, you know, Reborn, it's hard to say because of how this series has gone so far, where we do have halves that teams are extremely quiet, and it is only 4-0 as well. but the rounds are looking pretty good, and that's the real worry. The fact that there's 3 kills inside of 4 rounds for Navi Junior, but this rifle round will tell us everything. If this is a round where they get flattened again after early pauses and everything, then you're terrified for what's about to come through. But Ave's the one to find the opening. The judge doing well, but the pressure's not over just yet. Batu walking through that wall, though, had 2 players holding him.
Well, they've lost Kachow. Is anybody else going to step up to the plate? Because thus far they haven't really needed to. He has been the dominant factor. I'm sure the Navi Junior side will be very happy for killing him off early. Also, the amount of utility they still have available, an opportunity to stun, but no. Deading just walks into the angle and rips off the head of Darcio. Puts them back to a 3v3. He's going alone as well. The rest of the team are still quite far behind. The chance he gets isolated, it's not necessary. It's a big risk taken and a punish because of that. Well, a risk on the other side as well. It seems like we're playing a game of roulette of who can gamble the most in this round. Back to a 2 versus 2, but the post plant's going to make things difficult. Deading low, but somebody needs to get onto that diffuser, and they need to do it now. They've created a protective shield, but the spam, it's only just going to fade. Sisu had to let go, leaving him in an awkward position, but even still he's killed off 1. Down to Hezecoil, time ticking, and instant shot needed, and he lands it! Even well connected on by the stun. This guy is crispy.
And the world keeps turning.
That's got to be one of the best. That's got to be one of the best of the night, the week, perhaps. How has he gotten away with it? Stood there, the orb fades after being broken, a few shots whizzing past his head. The early peek from the first player, a mistake, the jump in the open from Deading, but that right there.
What goes there?
The worst part is they knew he wasn't defusing at that point. It's a mistake, a small one, but they didn't think he'd hit the shot. Stuns really are cosmetic. 4-1, and that is one hell of a way for Navi Junior to seize hope back into their favor.
Well, yeah, he jumped across to just go, okay, well, you're stunned, so for you to react this quickly is going to be impossible. It's not. That's a really nice shot, but again, AV is just taking so many risks that just don't really feel like they're paying off. Darcio's under so much pressure. Okay, Deading gave him a chance, but the rest of the players not so much, and unless Cizo's going to have another round, I think this might just have to be a save. It's unfortunate for Navi Junior. You have that hero play. You have what you kind of hope is a momentum building round, but unfortunately, it does just feel like some of the gambly plays we're seeing, it is that of a team that we have the word junior in. It's like I think both AV and Javelin have sort of had poor starts to the game, and it looks like they're trying to get themselves back into it.
It's a worrying sign if we hadn't already seen it work out decently, like in terms of these players and teams being able to pull themselves back into things, right? Like yesterday's game, as we said, it was super dominant for Reborn, but Navi Junior have already shown us in the previous map and in the second half of Haven that they can make those bounce backs, but they're not making it any easier for themselves with the way this map has started out. Even now with those saved weapons, it's going to be a shaky enough buy. And I think it is just a domino effect in this round. Losing a main then just allows so much more pressure to be put on that remaining player. And from there, it's not worth throwing your money away. And this is one of the last legs that Navi Junior have to stand on. Some ultimates in play, but as we said, 2 players unable to buy. You play an eco on Javelin and on AV. It should be a tough one to find impact in, but if Batu goes down, there's a rifle up for grabs. But Batu doesn't go down.
It's just... He's a whole clip. I think he got fed up of being sprayed in the last, so he's trying to give it back. Oh, okay. It's just a little whiffy. Kolosha gets pressured, loses the fight. Like, this is not the Navi Junior of the previous map. Expect him to hit that all day long. Cizo as well, 2 1v1s that, again, I think you go back to Split, they're probably winning those battles, but Shu is certainly on the other foot. Hezecoil, he will fall. And actually, the spike was going in this direction. I'm looking at the position of Batu still on the other side of the map. Flash is going to get the info, but bear in mind, AV only has a classic. It's a risk taken. The stun is perfect. Nowhere for Javelin to go. And unless Darzio has got another clutch for the ages, that's not bad. First shot easy, but Reezy just too quick.
And the win streak continues. The strength there for Reborn when it comes to this attack side. No doubt this is exactly what they hoped for when they saw this map come in being picked, but it was picked again by the other side. Navi Jr. yet to really show us why they wanted to fight here today. As well, I suppose they've yet to show us them fighting here today. A 1 round, a blip on the radar, and a timeout now called by Navi. Again, you can see that the pressure is being felt by this squad. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, unless I'm merging the previous map. That is their second timeout used.
Yeah. The first one I think was 3-0.
Yeah.
So they have definitely used both pauses very early on in this game. But I don't blame Jonta for doing it. Like, this looks like a squad that is a little out of it. By a little, I mean a lot. Like, being caught with every piece of aggression they try. I think especially Kolosha, that round, it just loses a fight that it seemed so advantageous to him with a bit of an off angle, that this might just be more of a wake-up call for them. Because again, you look at the buy they're coming in with. The last round, I think they maybe not over-invested, but like they didn't have the credits to buy into this one. So now they're going for what is another mixed buy. You had, I think it was AV almost full eco'd last round alongside another player. And so it means that this is 2 rounds in a row where they're not getting a proper buy. And when you're already this far down, it's going to make things a lot easier for Reborn.
Oh, there could be a chance. The judge is about to be challenged. Steps are heard as well. Maybe knows that it's coming his way, and that's the first easily found, but he backs off. Let me tell you, the more distance you put between you and your opponent with the judge, the less chance of success you have. That is a tough break. But the rest of the squad is decently armed. Javelin about to have the information with the Seekers going the right way. Giving them all that information to fill in, and Reborn, it's still to find an angle to fight from. That's a lot of utility committed just towards water, burning up that sky belt. But for Navi Jr., it's worth it. I mean, they know that they've still got these players boxed in, but no idea which way the swing's going to come in the end.
Very isolated positions. I like this from Darzio. Taking space, staying solo on the A site would be a risk, and especially when they have that reckoning available, but timing couldn't be worse. Batu's now flanking. There is no chance that he turns now, and that is him dead to rights. A frustrating death from what was initially a very good position, but just came down to timing for the attackers. This is perfect. Javelin now going to try and be a hero. I've spoken about this a lot. The retakes have never been as a group. They've always been one player going ahead of the rest, and hey, that's what happens. Nothing found. An immediate execution. No element of surprise. And Kachao is just not missing. 16 in 3. I thought the last map performance out from CISO would be impressive, but this is so much more impressive. Your entry fragger is 17 and 3 in 8 rounds.
Look, the end of that round as well, it's not like they gave him any shortage of opportunities. It looked like a game of baseball. They come at him one at a time, and he hits nothing but home runs. They're just being teed up for those final
fights. Have you seen
fights.
the next highest kills?
I have not. I have now.
Anchor set.
That's 6. Quite a small number in comparison.
6. Like, Batu is 3 and 1. He doesn't have to do anything.
Navi
This
Jr.
guy
have
is
12
hard
kills.
carrying.
And he's got one.
He's got another kill.
Found Darcio there. He looked lost even getting out. He was hit by so much util. Batu falls. Tom, I'm going to be honest. What the hell is Batu doing walking through double doors when they have to pick on B? That's a crazy early push.
It's all right. Kachao's going to kill everyone. He doesn't have to worry. He's got a kid who's playing as if he's got cheats. You can do whatever you want. 3 and 2 is fine.
Well,
obviously a very, very risky play and completely unnecessary, but hey,
That's so
There
good.
goes Hezekiah. The round already turning back into their favor. It's been nothing but net.
You know what's crazy? That could have been Batu getting that kill. As I had to go and fill in his gap. Now Deading's down and the pressure on site becomes pretty massive. But Kachow's done. He's just such a safe pair of hands, man. He doesn't miss. And finally, Ave takes him down and is left on 5 HP. Good luck. There's still Astra utility on the point. As Ave tries to wrap around, it's just a single shot needed. Yeah, he did the only thing he could in that moment, but the only outcome was death. A nice set of rounds now by Reborn. They just have everything going for them if Kachow keeps playing like this.
Oh yeah, it's literally it's a one-man army. The guy has had good games throughout, but you have to bear in mind that this is someone who, like a couple of months ago, turned 17. So he's almost a year out from being old enough to play at the top flight, and he is 20-4. The next highest kills in the server is 7. I know being a scoreboard Steven seems pointless, but what else is there to say at this point? This kid is a menace. He's just obliterated everybody every round.
A menace is a good word. I think if we asked Navi Jr., they'd use a different word, but I don't think we can say it here. Oh, nice shutdown by guess who? Kachow. He ate a bird like he was Ozzy Osbourne and comes through and still finds himself not 1, not 2, but 3. This is ridiculous. The Prince of Navi Jr.'s darkness is he is just a nightmare to deal with right now. The clutch player from the previous 2 maps, in fact, Cizo left alive, but listen, you're in Kachow's world and okay, you've sent him right out of it. Caught him looking the wrong way. He really does bleed.
The KD just took a massive hit. And while the last round that Navi Jr. were able to win was this man in a 1v2 facing off against players in main, but they still have a hell of a lot of utility to play with. And they're not giving him anything. I can understand why. He sees how far back they're playing. Cam still available. Tap still available. Like, this is all but done. And Cizo, not this time. He managed to bring them home a singular round, but realistically, it's been an impossible task. And it's funny as well, because Batu has not been able to add another kill to the tally. He's still 3-2.
Move aside.
He is, I'm sure, happy about the round score more so than anything else. And I guess that kind of makes sense why he was a bit eager to get through double doors. He hasn't got to do anything all game. He's just sitting around. Yeah, flank secure, flank secure. Kachow's killed 3. Flank still secure. No one's coming. They're saving, I think. It's been a very boring game for poor Batu. But you'll take that over an exciting loss, that's for sure.
Map that they don't play. Right now, Kachow is giving them a reason why they should. Who guessed it? That's another entry kill for Kachow, but they have killed him at the cost of half of their team. Kolosha has at least been able to find one back. Turns it into a 3 versus 2. Surprisingly, this is one of the better opportunities they've had, which is a little bit depressing after the last couple of maps we've had. Adesk mentioned that everything had been 2 0s, 3 0s, but we finally had a competitive game, and it seems like Reborn, maybe that was just part of their script, make things a little bit more interesting. Because as of right now, this map is utterly dominant. There is only one team that has showed up. For the most part, there's only one player that has shown up. But this time, Reezy will at least be given an opportunity to add a couple to his tally. 10-1. And honestly, Mitch, the most heartbreaking thing about this is the one round they shouldn't have even won.
Yeah. I just want to take this moment to put a curse on Twiggy for having the audacity to curse this game, to come through and right after we finish that exciting second map say, oh well, look, it's going to be a close game now. Oh yeah, thank God we don't have a blowout anymore. Am I right, guys? Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Twiggy. Here we are. 10-1. Right back to yesterday. And Reborn are the team that I believe if they stomp a map that they will have a much higher chance of stomping the next one. And that probably goes up even more when they chose it. The next one, that is.
Negating.
Down on the entry. They're finally pushing B. CISO, and he doesn't even get a kill. He's been waiting for them to go in this direction almost the entirety of the game. They have gone A site so many times. Even when they finally go towards him, he is dealt with immediately. An entry for Deading. And it's safe to say I don't have much belief in the retake.
I feel like I could close my eyes and just off the sounds in game tell you what's happening. Especially if I hear a neon slide and then a kill sound. Yeah, Kachow's killed another. What a surprise. Well, just waiting to get to say it again. The spam doesn't find anything as Navi Jr. start to press towards the point. Of course, Kachow's got one. No, of course, Kachow's got two. This round going to hell in the handbasket and somewhat of an attempt by Navi Jr., but it really does feel like wasted breath as Reborn finds success after success in an 11-1 half on the map that Navi decided they wanted to play today. Well, I think it's fair to say they haven't saved their best map for third.
Oh, for sure. Definitely a worrying sign, and a comeback seems impossible, but we'll have to wait until the second half to find out.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Be still.
And welcome back, folks. We might not be back for long, but for now at least, Navi Jr. on one round. It was a clutch round as well to get them off of zero. And, well, listen, if you like comebacks, then I guess stay tuned. There is at least a chance for now.
He had more kills than the whole of Navi Jr. in the first half.
Yes.
Oh, the only way is up. That is for sure. Or the breeze.
Cage triggered.
Batu already doing a lot of damage on the start. A very quick rotation, and the demon of their nightmares waiting, but they've dealt with Kachow. 0-1 in the second half. Wash. They finally got rid of him. And actually, in terms of personnel, they are in the lead. The heal even helping out to give them a further advantage. Nice shot from AV as well, leaving it on to Deading. They've still got to be careful, though, as those HPs continue to dwindle. The Hezekiah is also tagged up. Down 27 HP, and they will group up together. A pistol round for Navi Jr., but a streak back that needs to be flawless.
Let's keep going.
Indeed, there is no room for error here. Good to see them find a pistol, sure, but these are rounds that we talk about as coin flips, and for now, it means diddly squat. We need to see a lot more, and hell, for now, all I know is you kill Kachow, you have a chance to win the round, but that's all. I wanted to wait as the time went down just to see if they decided to buy anything and give it to Kachow, just the game he's having, but no, barrier up, and it will just be classics across the board. And I'm sad, honestly. If that was me, I'm dropping my boy as sheriff.
chance to maybe get some of that confidence back. Jump spotting into heaven. And they're already being boxed in by the defenders, though. The thing, obviously, the problem is the weaponry, but not a bad start. Already picking off one. EV has managed one in response, but Reezy might be able to kill him off. Is he clean enough? And he is. My classic definitely doesn't work like that. Of course, the weaponry hasn't been able to be retrieved even, but it's definitely feeling like a more nervy round than it should.
Well, 40 on the clock. The decision here, take that space on A that they have on the back of CISO's position. 30 as they make it towards A main. I mean, this pick so important for CISO. Breezy's 11 HP now, and no real trouble anymore, and the plant should be found. 20 seconds. The only worry is if somehow Reborn could disrupt this plant, but it looks impossible at this point. Maybe some damage on a shock dart or something, but the most you could get out of it.
Good position. Painting weaponry, seeming like it will be able to clean up this round for Reezy. The goal is almost definitely just try and go down to the spike, maybe get an exit if you can. Really want to give the opponents anything. Well, just in case there's a TP. He's having fun at least, but I don't think that this will get anything. No, eventually Javelin will clean him up. Exiting alone definitely had its risks about it, but I guess the extra orb is a consolation prize.
Yeah, well, I think this is a half of consolation prizes for Navi Jr., at least for now. 3 rounds in the board, plenty more to go, and plenty more for Reborn to fight for. Deading's going to come in with the operator, playing the glass cannon. 4.7k invested, nothing left in the bank. From what we can see, Deading won't get that contact at round start. Nobody is towards B long from Navi Jr. Instead, it's a much more pacey take of double doors. They've made it through, but they're walking right into the waiting arms of Kachao. Caught with the stun, though.
Okay.
A massive pick for Navi Jr.
Yeah, you know, maybe he used all his energy up in that first half. Been caught out a couple of times now. Damage was done to Kolosha, but he'll get that healed right back up off Javelin. Definitely seems from the stats that they are more comfortable, significantly more comfortable on the attack side of this map. Are walking into the hands of Deading, but bear in mind he does not have any shield, so a few stray bullets might be enough to take him out.
Deading, yeah, a few stray shots, or just a few very direct ones while he's in the open. That'll be him out of the round, and attempt as you will for those spams. A discussion has to be had on Reborn about whether this is a round they still want to commit to. That they've done some damage. CISO, though, picks up the operator, and that 25 HP now looks a lot more scary when he can one-shot you as well. And you can see those 3 players moving to the A side. Batu's fully left. Save is all that remains for this squad. And so onward we go with the quote-unquote comeback from Navi Jr. But I don't know where the line in the sand is for you, Tom, but I could see Navi push up to 8, and I'm only then starting to worry.
10.
10? My goodness, okay.
I think, because the thing is, I just always feel like out of somewhere, Reborn will get around, like just off some of the individual plays that we've seen from them. So I think, and also a lot of this, even in the last map, like look at the comeback, it just takes a little moment to turn it. So unless mentally they get completely boomed, I just don't see it happening. Now, Kachao's had a couple of rounds where he's been caught by aggression. I think it was the same in the pistol as well, but eventually you feel like he's going to have his moment. 30 kills have been beckoning for a while. But fair play to Reborn. They're going to take a timeout while 7 rounds in the lead. I don't know if you see that too often.
No, you very much don't. I'm almost, not almost, I am actually surprised that of all squads that it's them to do this, because the benefit, sure, if you're seeing issues, you know, obviously you want to iron those out, but the benefit of giving your opponents the chance to sit back down, you know, there must be something bad seen in those last couple of rounds, something that needs addressing from Reborn, and I definitely applaud them for being proactive about it. As we come into the next round, the gap, as you said, 7. It is still a gargantuan gap, a gorge between them. And for Na'Vi, not impossible for them to meet Reborn on the other side, but one slip and they will go falling down in this series, with 2 chances for Reborn to close it out, being especially Breeze, their map pick. Up next, it's a spooky time to be a Navi Junior fan, but for now, at least, as we said, there's still some belief there. You're allowed belief for now.
Well, you'll say that if this goes as we expect it to be, so far our map choices will be 0 and 3. So, never know. Maybe there's an art to not choosing the map.
I'm out of here.
Well, this is a bit of a...
Now gonna get caught?
Bit of a danger, completely dealt with. He's sent back to mid. They're fighting him. They're fighting him. They're fighting him. Why would they fight him? Why would you fight Kachao? Do you know who this man is? Have you played these rounds so far? Finally, they'll deal with him. He gets one with a sheriff there, though. That is already a decent start, considering Reborn for the rest of the squad are pretty decently armed. The only gap is the judge, but the spot the judge is in is pretty perfect for that weapon.
And Reed as well. They've left Batu alone
30
on
seconds left.
A with all of his utility. Being spotted. Dart is even actually going to buy them an extra couple of seconds, but it pulls a rotation. Hezuko has seen one in mid, but the spam is perfect. That gives them the majority of the side, but Reezy is looking to try and get ahead of it. Looking to try and be the hero. Ooh, it's not quite clean. The dive in as well from Deading, but they haven't got the plant. They have to stick this, or they have to try and stick it all the way through, and they will. Good cover from Javelin. It leaves Batu, man who's barely died in this map, but he will add another to his top. His 5th death. 11 to 5. Climb back continues from Na'Vi, but it still feels like it's so far away.
Oh, like it is. Yeah, Reezy had the chance to end the game right there. If he gets 1, or certainly if he gets 2 kills on long there, those players that are hit by the stun, it is already over. And instead, he misses the shot, and a slim, very slim gap given to Na'Vi Junior. But it's enough for them to get their foot in the door and stop it from being slammed shut in their face for now. Yeah, belief still exists. It survived that round. But how much more will it be afforded? How much more will Na'Vi Junior be afforded on this climb back? The 1 rifle for Reborn in position and out of the round. Kachao dealt with early.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
And now, well, no rifle to work with. Should spell out an easy round.
It does kind of feel like he's trying to do a little bit too much to close the game. Like, I understand it. You've had that first half. You have this sort of like, okay, I can just win this and the game's done. But I think of the defensive rounds we've seen, he has died first in practically all of them, other than when he got 1 kill with the sheriff and then died.
Yes.
It feels like he hasn't been able to have that impact because there hasn't been any rounds where he's been with a teammate. So I don't know if that's something that needs to change with the teammate or something that needs to change with him, but definitely something needs to change.
Covering it.
Now, the lower buy, but he had a lower buy in the last round as well.
30
so
seconds left.
maybe there's also some economy management that needs to be considered. But for Deading, yeah, it's going to be difficult to get anything done from this point onwards. He's got in. He's got very far forward, but yeah, Kolosha is just behind him. All too easy. And maybe even a chance to clean up. No, he'll go down, but he didn't even get a kill.
Yeah. He's gonna get it. Well,
If you say any one of my creatures. It's a
I'm
good
at least
thing,
getting
alright?
close to believing.
Figure out what they do
Close. Not there just yet, but I will say if they manage to make it to 8, depending on where the economy's at, I'll then start to say that, yeah, Reborn maybe call another pause. Maybe have to get themselves locked back into things because it is starting very, very slowly, but starting to slip.
That'll work.
Not full rifles, at least. Ultimate's also building up. Operator in hand for Deadink. This is the best purchase we've seen so far, and Darcio taking an awful lot of space, but it feels like this is just a ruse. They are selling the fake, and they are selling it well. Seekers utilized into the site. They have completely cleared out A, but it seems like the same problem that they had before. The fake is fantastic, but they are not close enough to actually take this control. Now, sure, it's going to put an awful lot of pressure onto Reezy, but with the trips available and with a dart of his own, if he can even find one here, that would be enough.
That was all part of the plan. Just look at the veto, though, breaking the reveal. That was huge. Those trips were about to get the signal. Hold on. Bacty's found one. Kalasha down. The spike won't be planted now. That's a massive pick. Cizo, though, wraps inside the smoke. Now finds the position down below. The spike's still in the open. And as of right now, no one's making a move because they're waiting for that wraparound, waiting for Javelin. Now the space is there to wrap back to B. This is a cerebral round from Navi Jr. And the reward, huge. They're going to the B site for the plant while Cizo goes back in. Now they've overcooked. Now they've overcooked. Rather than already planting on B, they tried to go back to the A site, get ahead of those rotations. And a 2 versus 3, Reborn had the advantage already.
Is feeling like tried to make a souffle, left it in a little bit too long, and now it started to deflate. Question is there any saving it? 3 players wrapping in. Deadink's still on the operator, so maybe not the ideal weapon. He's normally the one to take space, but he could always try and do it with the shorty. Darcio needs to do everything, and they are just ready and waiting. The round that could have been magical for the side of Navi Jr., but in the end, Reborn come out on top quite comfortably.
And that was the problem, right? It just feels like a matter of time until that is the case. And Navi Jr., this round, though, my heart goes out to them because they played this so well. I do think that a little bit overcooked in the 3v3 to go for it, but Cizo had to take an opportunity somewhere, whether it was going to be cutting off the rotations, like embedding around double doors and playing late, or taking advantage of the spot he was in on A. I understand why he did it. But the fact that they called the double back to A, it cost them precious time, and precious time to set up as well. They couldn't push spawn anymore. They couldn't take more advanced positions because you don't know if they've rotated in to fill that space. Barriers up for what could be one more time. 6 in a row now for Navi Jr. needed. They need to double up without a single mistake, or this map is going to Reborn, and they're 1 of 2 maps away from taking the grand final.
Now watching and waiting. Safe to say he's had a much quieter second half, but it would be difficult to keep up that level of momentum. Not stopped pushing. They've been waiting for him, and that has been an issue. I think if he had a great first kill record in the first half, I think he shattered it with this second half. I think he's died first almost every single round, trying to make big plays. Another opener that goes their way, and a chance to pressure into this site.
Oh, okay. Well, Cizo's found another anyway, so Reborn, despite having Badunak survive a moment longer than he should have, they still end up taking their bruises and lumps. Hezekiah, last man alive. The whole team hunting him down as well. They have already cast this net wide. Oh, okay. Well, he's really slipped by there. 2 players just about avoiding him, but position given away. Good flash in. Nicely done. Navi Jr. with a flawless 5 more now.
He's still believing in 8?
Well, 11-8. 11-8. I mean, they're on 12 now.
Oh, so what's it when it's 12?
I think 12-9. I think 3 in a row. 3 in a row, I believe in to close the gap, but I think at this stage, like, it really does With this matchup as well, like, I'm not even sure I agree with that. Like 12-11, I'm still worried because it's just one round for Reborn of all teams. Other teams I can see, you know, having the same mistakes back-to-back rounds, overthinking, overcooking, not making the right adaptations. For Reborn, they just need Kachao to come through in that half-one form and it's over.
Yeah, I've been waiting for it, but it has felt like a game of two halves for him, and maybe not in the way that he would have hoped. Are still 5 rounds to the good. This round, weaponry-wise, not great, but they do have an ult or two that might be able to help them thread the needle. Caught in the trip, Arxio, but he'll get through it. Relative ease. Other players on the site under serious pressure. Not really a whole lot of utility to play with, but I like it from Hezuko. Just a super off-the-cuff position that has got them an advantage here.
Right there.
The numbers sitting around here. I mean, the Spike would love to leave, but they're going to be locked in. Kalosha, he looked the right way. The Spidey sense is tingling, but his head ringing as the shot lands. Okay, there's a pick for Navi Jr., but they're still behind, and now the ult from Kachao comes through. A moment for him to look like that first half Kachao that we saw in for CISO. Map 1 and 2, so many clutches under his belt. He bailed this team out of so many bad situations, but 10 seconds, he thought about saving, bro. It's the last round. Indeed, Kachao closes it out, and, well, for Reborn, it really was just a matter of time after that first half.
Yeah, it felt inevitable all the way through. An utterly dominant first half of the map when playing on a map that we haven't really seen from them. So incredibly impressive stuff, something that I'm sure Na'Vi Jr. are going to feel a little bit hard done by, but they did win their opponent's map choice, and now they'll need to do that again. Yeah,
indeed they will. A tough uphill battle now for Na'Vi Jr., not just winning their opponent's map choice, but then closing it out on map 5 as well. It seems like Reborn have the upper hand. Now, let's go over to the analyst desk and see what they thought of this slightly more one-sided game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a weird one, right? It felt like it was going to be absolutely no chance for Na'Vi Jr., and I guess in the end it was no chance for Na'Vi Jr., but still a streak of rounds that maybe Reborn were just like, we got plenty of time. And the scoreline looks a little more even than we would have expected off the back of that. But I do think definitely the whole time Reborn were definitely in the driver's seat. That is the storyline we go with here. And now for Na'Vi Jr., 2 straight maps is what they need to close this one out, Echo.
Yeah, that's going to be so difficult to do. You could see they could piece together a couple of rounds here and there. But when you're looking at maps and when you're thinking they've lost both of their map picks so far, this is just not looking good for them. The maps that they might have previously been good on, well, Fracture and Breeze, when they come up, they're going to have to come in strong.
I completely agree with that. Look, they're not making their lives easy at all, Na'Vi Jr. here. But I've got to say, look, this was already an odd composition for them to go into this with. Not that they haven't been running this for a while, not that it hasn't been working, because let's be fair, they've got a lot of wins under their belt. But like we said, this was going to be a stress test. This was going to be a situation in which they'll be facing the most extremes of the extremes in terms of an aggressive team with an aggressive composition. And it did go through its paces, right? It wasn't an easy situation. Obviously, it helps when Kachao is having the game of his life. Yeah, at the end of the day, it didn't stand the test of time. And for that, they now have to play catch-up once again.
Yeah, we might as well start playing the Kachao highlight reel while we're talking, because it's going to go on basically the length of the first half anyway. So, yeah, I mean, it was very much one of those, and I think for Reborn, they're definitely feeling comfortable with themselves. We're moving into a bit of a weird stage of the best of 5, though, considering what we've had over the course of the playoffs has just been the same 3 maps, basically, over and over again. We only got Ascent yesterday. That was the 4th map that we saw in the playoffs. Other than that, it's been all Lotus, Haven, Split, and now we're heading to Breeze and Fracture, which is definitely interesting. The last time that we saw that from Na'Vi Jr., they looked good on these 2 maps, but it was with a slightly different roster, Echo.
And specifically, they weren't against Kachao.
Yes.
Which, like, realistically, I think it's the worst thing because this guy is just incredible. He was shooting so hard, mostly on the first half, sure. But when you have someone like aiming like this with the mechanics online and feeling hot today, and then you go to Breeze, where he can still play the Neon, where he can just play to aim and win the fights, you've got to feel like this is now Reborn taking this series into their hands because Kachao is just on fire.
Yeah, no follow-up this time here, Twiggy. No follow-up at all.
No, I don't have to rush you. We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, cool. But I follow you guys' thoughts. Obviously, Breeze is a different story, but the fact that, you know, Reborn can carry a lot of the aspects that they bring into their gameplay into that map as well. Yeah, that's going to make it a lot harder for Navi Junior to adapt. They've got to remember that at the end of the day, as long as they're able to disrupt their opponents, there is a way by Kid. I trust that they can do it again, right? They did it after map 1, didn't go too well on them in that one, but they were able to get into the right mindset and have the right strategies to get back into the game. There is a world where we see a 2v2 here in terms of map score, and then a fifth map. I feel like that could get very exciting, especially considering that Fracture could be on the line.
I mean, that's going to be so exciting if we get there as well. But the big thing for me here is energy, momentum, because for the Na'Vi Junior players, for a lot of them, this is their first or second BO5. None of them have played more than one previous BO5 before. Whereas for Reborn, all of them have played at least 3. Kachao, who is the youngest member, who only started competing less than a year ago, still has 3 BO5s under his belt already. And having that awareness of what you need in these longer series, because this is a long game already, you know what you need if you practiced it. You know how to keep your energy up, how to get that momentum in, and how to win, how to close it out. Whereas for the Na'Vi Juniors, they've not won a BO5.
Yeah, I think obviously, look, if they hadn't won those 6 rounds in the second half in a row before it was closed out by Reborn, I do think we'd be in a very, very difficult spot here as well. I mean, the amount of momentum they would have had to work with Reborn if Na'Vi Junior hadn't just kind of brought their spirits up a tiny bit by the end, we'd be, I would say this is basically it. It doesn't matter how good they look on Breeze. It would just be an easy closeout for Reborn. Thankfully, maybe Na'Vi Junior have, you know, gained themselves back a little bit of confidence by the second half of that. We will be heading to Breeze next, and hopefully for Na'Vi Junior that is still looking as good as when we last saw it in the group stage, because those are the stages that they won their only maps on in that, keeping in mind it was such a close group. If it wasn't looking as good as it was for them there, then they wouldn't be here right now. So let's see if it maintains that way. We've got a little bit of an extended break between map 3 and map 4, and then we'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of 2 worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of 2 worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the playoffs, the grand final of Stage 2 of EMEA Challengers, and it looks like Reborn are poised to take this one 2 maps up, and, well, 1 map up, 2 maps in their favor, and 1 map to Na'Vi Junior now, and we're moving on to the back half of this one, where some unknowns are coming through, right? Na'Vi Junior left these ones for last, but last time we saw them out in the group stage, these were 2 of their best maps. We're just going to have to see if with their completed playoffs roster they're just as good, Echo.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question, is if with Sizo coming in, they're able to perform on these maps the same. You could see the switch up in the map veto when they kept Sizo as their main player for playoffs. There was a switch up on map veto. That means there's probably a comfort difference in those maps, so that does leave a question mark here for me for Na'Vi.
On the flip side, I'd say that Reborn here, even though we said that, okay, you can carry the Neon on previously into Breeze, that's not what they played last time around, right? They only maintained sort of a jet composition with a single duelist format, with a double controller having Harbor and Viper in together. But I do feel there's a chance they revert back to their tried and tested, because they did used to run Neon earlier in the month, actually. They run Neon against Besiktas locally, and when they came over to Challengers, they said, okay, let's switch things out, play the Jet again. That was a very close game against Focus. It was an overtime, 14-12. I think there's a high chance they fall back to the Neon pick yet again.
I'd be very interested to see if they do, because Dead Ink on the Chamber, although it didn't work really against Focus that much, in theory, that is just something that can decimate a team. We saw what Dead Ink does with the scopes, and if they go back to that, and if he's as on fire as he is, perfect. Just move Kachao over the Neon, ignore the Jet, that's fine, and then keep the Chamber. I think this could still work.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're just going to have to find out. For Na'Vi Junior, obviously, it's do or die here, and we may just be staring down the barrel of another Turkish team staking their claim on EMEA Challengers. Of course, this does not qualify you to VCT, but it puts you in very good stead for Stage 3 of Challengers, and that's where all of the kind of all of the claims are made, right? So this is a really important map now for Na'Vi Junior, causing an upset here. I mean, coming from so low down, okay, exactly as we expected there. Look, Echo, what do you see here? For Na'Vi Junior, can they do this?
I think they definitely have the potential to do it. They've got the Neon Wall, they've got the Omen for Paranoias and the smokes, and they've got the Jet smokes. They've got a lot of tools that can try and shut Dead Ink out. The recon from Sova, the drone as well, right? There's so many things to push Dead Ink back, get the site, and then Dead Ink on the retake is going to be nowhere near as powerful now he's on the Chamber, because he doesn't have the entry tools he does on Waylay and Jet. So there's definitely a difference here. But if they fail with any of that, or if they go contact heavy, then Dead Ink's op will just shut them out.
My only concern is Reborn's composition is trying to do too many things. Yes, you can play to the team's strengths, to the players' strengths, but together, we're talking about 2 comps of 2 different speeds. Who can catch up to Neon to fight aggressively if you're Reborn, right? If you're Na'Vi Junior, you've got the Omen that can play fast with you, and you've got the rest of the supporting elements around you. You've even got the Jet. For Reborn, it feels like Kachao is sort of all by himself. And you run the risk of having the losses that you had in the previous matchup as well, where Kachao, you know, overheats, plays a little bit alone. You'll see him die very often, very quickly, and that's what I'm afraid of with Reborn. There's a chance that all these players pop off individually, and they may be in their comfort pick, but together, this comp can fall short of different strategies simultaneously.
So just win up 12 points in your defense. Easy.
Perfect. Well, there's the winning strategy. Mitch and Tom, do you agree with that one? Is that as simple as it is? Go ahead. You can cast this for us.
What do you think, Tom? I mean, I think this could be a quick ka-chow, and it's done. I'm really excited to see what Reborn bring to the table.
Yeah, I think obviously I do kind of agree to an extent that like this composition has a lot of moving parts, and a lot of what worked for them in the last map was simplicity. So maybe there is an argument to be had. I'm also just more looking at Na'Vi Junior, because the team that showed up in map number 3 wasn't the same as map number 2. They were getting domed. It looked like there was constantly attempts to get them back into the game with hero plays rather than like actual cohesion like we saw over on Split. So I want to see if they have a proper game game plan here, because I had high expectations for Pearl. It was a map where they probably should have been more heavily favored than any other map in the series, and they got absolutely battered.
Yeah, it really wasn't a pretty look. And again, towards the end, sure, they started to get back on the horse, but way too little, way too late for Navi Jr. We need to see them come in here and be swinging from the get-go. When those barriers go up, it's going to have to be Reborn going down, or else it's pretty hard to imagine that we see this go into a map 5. Reborn coming in with confidence, with momentum, the wind in their sails. Let's see how far it can carry them.
I think as well, I'm liking the idea of Dead Ink on the chamber. Of course, on the attack side, it does feel like it gives you limitations, but I think that at least in the last map, the fact is he wasn't really needed as an entry component because of how well Kachao was playing. Now, maybe that's a dangerous outlook, but I think as well, a lot of this map is about playing with those rotations, trying to find the gaps, and well, now at least he can be as aggressive as he wants, and that is the exact plan. 3 players running down mid, but those steps will have been heard. The attacker's all in elbow, and Reezy is dead to right.
Now Reezy's out of here, and it looks like Kachao is right back in the mix and dominating it. That's a double to begin. Javelin opens the door, threatens to push through, but well, there'd be a few walls blocking him even if he did. The spike down in the open is a big problem. At this point, Reborn do have to cover pretty much every angle. There's 4 angles of approach from where that spike is, and they've got 4 players to do it. They decide to group up, move towards this B site, but Batu's way ahead of the pack, and he gets dropped for free. Now Ciso with opportunities to even the numbers, even as he falls. So Hezekiah and Dead Ink, no information on these final players. They stand a chance of getting caught off guard, and yeah, that shot to the side almost got Dead Ink out. Oh my god! What is that? A madman! And he's being rewarded for his trouble.
Oh, you 100% forgot where that TP was. There's no way that that's what he thought. And, oh, now for AV, the chance to finish off what was the worst disappearing act I've ever seen in my life. That somehow worked. 1 versus 1. 15 seconds. There's almost an argument for Dead Ink to just run, but actually it's going to be the other way around. Managing to steal that spike away. The problem is, yeah, there's no real safe place to plant, so he just needs to try and put a smoke down, and he's just about got it. That will be planted in time with half a second left on the clock. Now for Dead Ink, he knows exactly where his opponent is. The first shot landed. Cover going out. AV just trying to create further ground. Further disparity. Into the smoke he goes, and it seems like Dead Ink has the right idea, but the timing is going to work out for him. He should have been dead a long time ago, but well, Dead Ink will live to fight another day.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Dead Ink. Even right at the end there, you heard him fake the step as if he was going to wrap around the pyramid, and that's why his opponent steps on through that wall. But it starts with Kachao. They lose a player so quickly, and he immediately pulls back that advantage. Pulls it into their favor. That right there, though, I mean, that TP shook me to my core. I saw him press it, and I didn't realize where it was either. I hadn't looked at the map, and seeing him just materialize there, I thought, well, that's one hell of a way to lose a round, but apparently it's one hell of a way to win it.
I think that's the worst TP use I've ever seen.
Quite possibly.
He didn't get killed. He was the only person to survive the round. So there you go. Sometimes you can make the worst decision on earth and it will work out for you. That's just when you have good enough aim to correct, I guess. Maybe you or I would not have had that same success.
I think it's fair to say I wouldn't have had that same success. I'll say that plainly. No success should be found by Navi Jr. in this round. It's a little bit risky. The spot has a calls in, only with a stinger. But he'll get a lot of information as they cross over. Not a lot of damage. It's definitely not the right weapon for that kind of fight. But seeing them move towards this A site, it's going to get early rotations in on the back of the smoke. The only problem is now Navi Jr. realized that they've been spotted moving to the A site. They should know that there's likely rotates there. And I was going to say that the risk is that they just blitz mid and go to that B site. There's definitely a route for them to get through and maybe force a couple individual fights on close range as well. Actually pretty good area spray control, man.
30 seconds left.
But, well, there's another TP to add to the book. This one on an eco, I'll definitely forgive. Not sure why that man just ran out in the open when he was out of ammo and a stinger, but
One enemy remaining.
you get what you deserve, I suppose.
I would
And in the end,
apologize.
well, it's just another to add to the Deading collection. 3 away from having that tour de force, but ultimately only losing 1. Now we look towards Na'Vi Junior. And I'll be honest with you, I think in this map, obviously, if they lose it, they are in that second place. Final loss.
30 seconds left.
Reborn have climbed back through the lower bracket to beat them. But for me, this first half is everything. I want to see a momentum switch for Na'Vi Junior early in this game, because that last one had to be damaging to the mental with just how dominant that first half was.
Oh, wow. A bit of an impressive spam coming in there. You don't see that too often. The air he's used to push them back from the double doors, and it's worked. Now, everybody from Na'Vi Junior is grouped up outside A main. 3 players now standing by, ready for this fight as it comes through. Na'Vi Junior, they've made it through the choke point. But as the wall goes down, there's more numbers than they expect on that backside, even with the weaker weapons. Hezekiah's making it work, and Kachow's got another. This is getting really dangerous for Na'Vi Junior. A 2 versus 4. They're better armed for now. But Hezekiah's even managed to find himself a rifle as Batunax falls. It's that rifle on sight. The backup from Dead Ink as well that is going to be relied on. Shock does a bit of damage. It tickles Dead Ink up. Down to 62. Another shot goes in. That takes him down. But that rifle still stands in position. And Hezekiah ready to take down, well, a lot, apparently. He doesn't just go for the kill.
30 seconds left.
Instead, pops his ult out. It has bought them a lot of time now as Javelin's forced to wrap. And the door gives the game away.
Yeah, I'm surprised he goes around that direction, but he's going to actually make it by the looks of it. Yeah. The Reezy, I guess, just maybe perplexed by the sound cue. There was like, okay, there's no way he's going, but okay, that's such an open plant. Maybe expecting both players to be on the backside of A, but yeah, that is an audacious plant around the slipped away, and an impressive defensive display from Hezekiah. Sure, used his ult at the end. I think he expected the player to be a little bit closer, but that is not going to phase him whatsoever.
Oh, listen, you trade out the ult, doesn't matter at all. If you come in with a bandit and walk out with 3 kills, get some upgrades for your teammates, and find a 3-0 start in the map, it's about as good as it could have gone. With Na'Vi Junior now left way behind in terms of this early half. These are the rounds that Reborn were able to make work. That's one hell of a start. That's one hell of a follow-up, and he's not done yet. Deading's got back up on site, and okay. A spam through the orb takes a kill for Na'Vi Junior. That's great. What more can they find? Javelin's invested heavily and has Hunter's Fury, but that's only really going to matter in a post plant. And even then, a 4v2 post plant, you're going to need some advantages to be found before crunch time.
The positioning has been spotted. That is going to allow some of the defenders to encroach on their positions. Izo quite aggressively. Hezekiah is well aware of the potential of someone being on this angle, but plant coming in, they may avoid him. He's so deep in position, but I feel like the plant is almost going to give the game away. It's so open for that spot that you feel like the defenders have to figure out that, okay, it's going to be someone aggressive. Maybe they don't clear the second, but now they'll definitely look to fight him. Already blinded, stunned up, revealed, left in a corner. And well, he needed one of those shots to land. A comfortable close to the round for Reborn. They will extend that defensive lead.
Yeah, now we sort of come back to the conversations that we've had throughout this series of, like, for Na'Vi Junior running away with this game, it feels like there's always a chance for their opponents to catch back up. But when you look at Reborn, that is the team that they dominate one map, you think that they can dominate the next. We saw it yesterday where it was just as soon as they got the ball rolling and they got the confidence, the snowball turned into an avalanche real quick. And it seems like the same thing could be happening here. Na'Vi Junior bested them last time, but now sit a map behind, 4 rounds behind on what could be the final map. As Reborn was closer to victory, and that's a crazy little walk up by Ave. There's already some pressure from mid. Colossia was drawing their eye, and then he strikes from the side. Really nice, and the advantage is they only compound.
Player standing.
Yeah, no, just winning every single fight. A completely different look to what we've seen over the last, I want to say, 20 rounds or so.
Planted. Flawless.
There you go, a flawless round out of Na'Vi Jr. A perfect way to break back every single fight won. For Reborn, maybe a little bit of a shock to the system, because up until that point, it'd been plain sailing. Right. Okay, then.
Yeah, I was thinking we just saw him slide across moments before that went up on the kill feed, but yeah, there you go. A good round for Na'Vi Jr. indeed. Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury online, 2 away from the Viper's Pit. There's definitely a chance for them to fight. Close that gap in early on. I think it's very much a necessity. And the TP put down. There's a safe fallback available for Dead Ink, and he's going to need it. Well, apparently not. No, he doesn't need it. He's got Ka-Chow! A triple kill from this man, sliding around on the Neon, and just when Na'Vi Jr. think that they've got a chance to climb back in early on, Reborn immediately push them back off that cliff. It's a hell of a long way down, as they're going to find themselves at 5-1, short of another sensational CISO clutch.
Poison's off.
And that's kind of what we were waiting for, Tom. Just that round from Ka-Chow. You always know after what we saw in those first couple that, especially in the last map, actually.
I was about to say, in the last map, he got enough rounds for Ka-Chow to last the whole series. I think it was about 8 in a row that were rounds for Ka-Chow.
Literally just him, like.
I don't know how many triple kills he had, but it felt like an absurd amount. But yeah, he's added another one to the tally, the 3K King. Sure, he gets put down in the end, but I don't think anybody on the Reborn side of things will mind too much. It's a pause for Na'Vi Jr., and it's no surprise. 5-1 down on a map that would close this grand final, give the victory and the additional points over to Reborn, and send them into Challengers 3 with a very strong placing and a strong case for another Turkish team that could make the run, this time to Champions, of course. So that is what will be on the line next time out, the top 3. Looking to join those in their pursuit of champions, something never offered before, but an exciting prospect for all the teams battling here in EMEA. Of course, for Na'Vi Jr., I still want to say, like, the expectations of this roster being built just a couple of months ago, even making a change here and there of the young talent that they picked up, and making this upper bracket run all the way to the final is incredibly impressive. But I still feel like it would be hard to stumble at that final hurdle, losing to a team that the last time you played, you managed to 2-0.
Yeah, and the context of it matters even more, depending on how dominant Reborn can be, how big this lead's going to build up. It really does start to hit the morale. Darcio, yeah, you're not getting out of there. He needs to dash soon, and he overstays his welcome, getting caught by, you guessed it, like Ka-Chow, but this time there was plenty of backup off the Sova drone. Reborn now can just sit back. Again, 5v4. It's Na'Vi Jr. that need to make a move.
I'm sure it's been rough for him so far, and it's not getting any better. We've seen him swap from agent to agent. Sage was in there. Harbor, which definitely didn't go to plan. Even back on the Neon, something we've seen him play regularly, even in the tier 1. He's getting crushed. Dead Ink's just adding another body to the pile. This is going from bad to worse for this attacking side. You take a pause, you come in with a purchase, you have multiple orcs to play with, and other than that Javelin flash in the plan, there really is nothing. It's just if CISO can pull off another round, and I'll be honest, we've been saying that for the whole of the last map, and the answer was, yeah, 1.
Weapon here.
Yeah, that was one of the worst rounds I've seen Navi Jr. play all day. The fact is we start with the drone that was heard for a long time coming out of the door, and like a deer in headlights, Starcio just stares at it, takes the hit, and gets dropped by Kachao without even firing a bullet back. Then you have this ingenious idea from Kalasha of having a bit of a rough game. Let's go take a 1v1 with Kachao. It's actually 2v1 because he had backup as well. So that didn't go very well. And then everybody just starts individually fighting. Like, well, Kalasha's pressuring the door while 2 people are in spawn and 1 guy's up in heaven. The heaven guy just stands in the open and gets shot by the op from B site. Hello? We don't even know where our gaps are. They looked so lost in that round.
They look boomed. That's what it is.
Genuinely, yeah. They look completely mentally boomed. Exactly.
Oh, and Kalasha again. It's just fight after fight.
That's where the op was.
This team looks like that youth, those youngsters, are crumbling at a time where it mattered most. They had the momentum after split, but it has all but faded, and now it is turning back to risky fights versus a Turkish team that does not lose risky fights. Remaining 3. The push out as well from Cizo. They are losing everything in the same sort of manner. Why Avi's at least been able to return 1, but with 50 seconds left, no good way to go. Seems like a walk back to the A side, but look how wary they have to be. They could have lost the entirety of the map.
The problem is as well with these direct mid plays, when you have this Viper wall in play, they can immediately put it up and fight out from the double doors. So even going deep on mid right away, even if there's not an op there, which there was last time, so it shouldn't be that much of a surprise that there is this time, you're still getting pincered from both sides. You still have to hold double door space while fighting for top mid, while worrying about early elbow pushes, while worrying about the heaven or the B site peaks. It's just too much. And I really think that for Navi Jr. now, seeing this round, seeing the one before it, I'd call another pause. It's already gone too far. Grand finals under jeopardy with this map alone. And the mistakes being made, Tom, are mistakes I would expect in ranked games. When you're already winning, when you're confident. This is not a team that's 5, 6, 7-1 behind and was already coming off the back of a pause. A lot needs to change here for Navi Jr. This is not just, oh, they lost the round, let's see how the next one goes. This is top-down issues.
Yeah, this is fortunate. But for the other side of things, this is getting them ever closer to that victory, to that all-important Challengers 2 title under their belt for Reborn. Wow, Kalasha again. This time, it seems like the attempt is a fake. Send him in, garner some space on the other side of the map, and they have done that. TP to the other side. I like the idea. Try and pad the gap with some of those ultimates, but they need to bring this back to an even scenario, and they're not going to clear the angle. The close corner kept will eventually be traded out. Avi's done well, but now it leaves Cizo alone in the pit. He's had to plant, needs to land the shot, and Hezekiah does so well to get in there quick. The stun, perfect, javelin.
Nice.
The shot dart might kill him off, though. It's close, but it's not quite enough. Breezy will be there to close out the round. I don't mind the ideas in this one for Navi Jr. Unfortunately, it still doesn't go to plan.
Definitely a much better round. I do think the initial fight, again, though, like, the timing is just slightly off. The Sova reveal lands when Kalasha's already dead, having made it through the choke point. It's just slightly off key. There it is. It literally just landed, and that would have been very useful for Kalasha to have a second earlier, or for him to go in a second later, but these little mistakes are there. I love the idea with the shock dart. If it wasn't a neon, that would have been a kill, but he got murdered anyways immediately. 8-1 now. And after such a competitive start to this series, you would think as you get deeper into the BO5, the maps become closer. But it seems to be the exact inverse of what we're seeing in this series. Navi Jr. completely petered out. That's a nasty spam, and he's killed him. Oh, he's killed too! He's the greatest. He's the greatest.
Okay. Scout wanting to try and end this round, but and will live to fight another day, just about on his last legs, and If he gets tagged by this drone, he is dead to rights. AV is desperately trying to find a battle versus Hezekiah, but they're giving nothing away, and every battle seems to come with these attackers being weaker and weaker and whittled lower and lower. You can also just see the hesitation with it, with how much they've been caught by operators, aggressive swings, peek outs from angles they weren't expecting, and now taking a lot of time to try and clear out the middle of the map. But the fact is, it's a much more passive hold, and they are to walk towards this A site. There is an aggressive angle from Hezekiah, and then the Odin waiting on the cross.
Which, when you've got a player who's 5 HP, yeah, that's a pretty deadly approach. There's the paranoia. You scumbag. He's just killed him straight through. Right off the back of the paranoia, he just fired at him, and with, Javelin on 5 HP, you're not thinking about giving him the ace, are you? Although Batu's going hunted. Do it. Spam that door. Spam that door. You know you want to. You know you want to. An ace on the cards. 5 HP away. Batu. No, he's gone the wrong way. Oh, that could have been an Odin ace, but you know what? My hat off to you anyway, brother. What a round.
Yeah, and that's got to be infuriating. The double duelist trying to take mid control, and both of them get destroyed. Then you have AV as well. There's the pre-fire spam onto Zizo. Batu had them in his pocket, as if it wasn't bad enough. I think he was 2 and 4 up until that round, but now you add him into the mix. 9 and 1. Reborn peaking at the right time. Na'Vi Jr., that inexperience starting to show later into the best of 5. And I don't know if there's any redemption from this. Somehow Kachao actually got a kill there, by the way, which I like, he kills off AV, but I think he spammed just a bit or two. Okay, Cizo's done well, and they're going to seemingly deal with the player on site. Yep, they'll get there in the end. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of life.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Darcio does really well in this round.
Batu from Batu.
A 4K in the last round and a 3K perhaps. Well, he's being flanked, so I can tell you for certain it's not going to happen. That's a classic though. And we probably maybe shouldn't have used the classic there when we have 1 kill so far. But hey, listen, he wanted Darcio to get the 4K. That's a good teammate right there. 9-2 for Na'Vi Jr. Op secured, and well, 1 round left to fight for. Let's hope that they get it if you're a fan of Valorant.
Curses is maybe all that they have. Yeah, that's just filthy. Like, just a fadeaway spam. A really nice round from Darcio, and one that might just be that little bit of the boost to the confidence, something to wake up Na'Vi Jr. side. Of course, for the defenders, there is no issue with economy. They have had so many clean rounds back to back to back. And Holy Viper's pip, and it's bait! It's bait! Darcio's like not expecting anybody to be over the top of that. Well, Kalosha, I feel like he's completely boomed at this point, running up mid. Of course there's a player covering it when you have that double up. It leaves what seems like a last-ditch attempt already, and we're only 30 seconds into the round.
This genuinely feels like a stop. He's already dead. This is ridiculous. For Reborn, they're walking into Reezy as well. Reezy sent them out of here with just Javelin. 1v5. The spike at least is in his possession, and they don't know he snuck through. He should get a backstab. And there's a free kill. Now, what more? I don't know what's happening on his cam there. He seems very happy about that kill, nodding away. I hope that looks the same for everyone else, or I'll sound crazy, but he's in a stop-motion animated film at the moment. Okay. It looks like he is the main character. He's found himself too, and while jumping back up, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Hello? He's dead. He should be. He certainly should be. But instead, Kachao's the one on the floor, and he's dodged an up shot as well. He's got plot armor, but the main character falls at last. 10-2 in the end.
It's been an utterly brutal half for Na'Vi Jr. A couple of things bringing them to life, but only 2 rounds, and it is looking like the beginning of the end. We'll have to see if they have any chance of turning it around in the second half.
Enemy remaining.
To Reborn today, they've got to be feeling pretty confident right now. A 10-2 scoreline. It does feel like there's no way back for Navi Jr. right now, but it certainly would help to have a pistol, even just to make the score look less dominant.
Shame. On the official graphic that was put out, nobody predicted them to win, but they are proving everybody wrong.
No, you're a son of a gun. Listen
10-2 up. The Turkish squad looking to try and close this out, and already what a start. Javelin can only cling to life with a singular kill, and what could be the beginning of the end for Navi Jr. Something that coming into today nobody expected, leaving 2 standing. Cizo has been their shining light throughout the series, Mitch, but this would have to be another big one.
Oh, a huge one. And he does a damn good try of it. Leaves Avi in a 1 versus 2. Reezy and Deading to take down. The spike will be planted. There's an overextension here, an overpeak. Maybe he can pull this back to a 1v1, but they are sticking together. And the wall's gone up just in time! Oh, it's so close. They're both low, but the paranoia, it didn't land, but the shot did! Oh, it may be a very, very small light at the end of a very, very long tunnel. But as dim as it may be, it's starting to shine with those 2 doubles.
Nice work from AV. I think especially the way that they were playing it, it looked like an unlikely scenario. He now moves himself to the top of the board for his team. It's a very long road back, but we've already seen it in these series. Both teams have been able to turn deficits and at least make it competitive, but we haven't had that full-on comeback just yet. Well, in this round at least, not much of an investment. Not really a need for Reborn to put too much into this round. Kachao will have himself that bandit, which has caused so many issues. And I will say that considering the gun AV has, I'm not a big fan of this angle. Ah, that's better. Cover going out.
Oh, Reborn. It made it to the site, but I was going to say without losing anyone, and then a shot lands straight through the smoke. So that's something. Reborn man behind, no weapons. It's really the headhunter on Dead Ink when that wall goes down. He's been tagged already. Reezy's down to 20. It's an easy round, dare I say it. Dare I say it indeed. Batu found one inside the smoke. Things get a little bit risky with trades going back and forth, but then Batu is all that remains, and they had his position locked down. Navi Jr. get there in the end. It's not without its scary moments, but the comeback, it may just be on, Tom. A little bit early to call it. We'll see. I mean, there's so many buy rounds for Reborn, and we've seen the individuals step up to just unbelievable heights that it genuinely, we're almost in that same position as last map where, like, I want to see close to double digits out of Navi Jr. before I start to even get worried.
But yeah, especially with how both of these teams have been, it's like we've seen comebacks, we've seen attempts to try and turn the game on its head, and each time the team in the lead has closed it out. So everything is pointing to championship being in Reborn's hands, for them being the team to take home Challengers 2. Well, it's up to Navi to defy the odds. This is very aggressive from AV. In the bonus round, the bonus round that you need to win, and it doesn't manage to connect.
Kind of ridiculous. The drone went through, found the tag. Batu should have been dead to rights, even on a spam, but Yeah, Avi just wanted to drop down and take that fight a bit more aggressively, and the fact that Dead Ink has stood back watching it is kind of crazy. A big reward now in that early round. And Navi Jr., they can't just sit back with the disadvantage stacked against them. They have to make a move. It's to play through mid, group up on A, and be ready for this hit. They lost the player here moments ago, and at any moment now, the reveal could come through. It's going to be back online soon, and that's when they'll burst into A. That's what Navi Jr. are thinking, but now they're starting to realize that maybe they had the wrong idea, and Colossus has had a really tough game so far. Is all alone on this side of the map, with the whole enemy team about to come his way. I guess a chance for him to pick up that KD a bit.
A shot at redemption, and that shot is missed. It leaves 3 players on the other side of the map. Of course, being a bonus round and being the scoreline, I have the expectation that they'll attempt this. It's a point where ultimate orbs and everything else somewhat becomes irrelevant. They've seen the barrel. That's a freebie. Batu with a mistake. But even still, the counter spams have done so much damage to Darkseer. I've managed to get a little closer, but Dead Ink already one and done out of there and leaving just Caesar once again. It's a nice couple. The problem, though, is that time has been ticking away, and he doesn't know there's still a player around the corner he has to deal with. He's checking to try and find that second man, but has missed the one spot where Reezy was hiding. 11-4. In isolation versus a bonus, hey, maybe Reborn lost more than they want, but when they're 2 rounds away from being champions, it doesn't matter.
That's exactly it, right? Like any sort of zoomed in inspection of the round doesn't really matter so much anymore. There is not much room for the butterfly effect to come into play. For Reborn, every step gets them closer to their goal, taking this grand final, topping the charts, and being the team that UCAM said they weren't expecting to see. So they were expecting to see in that upper bracket. And now we can very much see why. Kichao with one, Reezy with another, and they're keeping the numbers even. We had a good start for Navi Jr. The reveal you'd think would cause issues, but instead it's Ciso that goes down. They were just hiding behind the wall. Navi, what a try. But Reezy still draws breath. And with Javelin on the other side, I mean, the spike needs to be planted. That's the one upper hand that Javelin has. You can close the distance or catch him trying to make it to that site. But the wall up will deny that.
He has time, though. He can almost start to play with his opponent's mind. Start making him believe that maybe he's left, maybe he's retreated. Look to try and clear some of the angles that would have caused him danger. I like Javelin's decision, though. Let's just sit back and wait. Let's not overcommit to anything. Let's put myself in a position where I'm relatively safe, and then the second he goes for the plant, that's where I pounce. Or maybe an angle that was just a little too open. We'll give Javelin the opportunity. Another round onto the board for Navi Jr., a necessary one at that. And although economically it's not the greatest position for Reborn, they do have a Tour de Force and a Viper's Pit at their disposal.
It's a really big round for Javelin as well. I feel like he has been up and down in this series. I think he had a really tough start on Haven. Yeah, he did finish 5-16. And that's kind of stuck with me through the series, where it's been, as we said, a little shaky at times. You need every individual activated to make this kind of a comeback, and clutch like that could certainly help. Oh, Kichao! He's gotten away with that one for free. I mean, a bit of damage indeed, as he's left on 30 health and almost gets taken down through the wall. Instead, it's Reezy to eat that bullet, and the pit's gone.
That's the biggest kill of the round, in theory. The problem, though, is there's still other ults that they have to deal with. Kichao is desperately low, but he is still alive and kicking, and that can be enough to cause you issues. He's going to put in the overdrive, and sometimes, as said, all you need is him, but it is a team effort. Everybody pouncing.
Match point.
And that will be it. Putting them towards that final curve. And leaving Na'Vi in disarray.
Bro, the overdrive when you're 30 HP to spam through a smoke as well is a bold play, to say the least. But he has made it work. 12-5 now for Reborn. And it does feel like that door is closing, has been closing slowly, dramatically for a while.
Guns.
On Navi Jr. Wink by. It looks a bit better on the B site, where you had 2 players inside a Viper's pit, but that pit is now abandoned. Bladestorm in play on middle for Darcio. He'll be able to help, but the brunt of this A main aggression is going to fall onto Javelin for the Sheriff and the one rifle that they have. Here comes Hunter's Fury, chasing him down, and it's almost found the tag. Again, this rifle, the only thing they really have to work with outside the Bladestorm. It's going to have to be used in the post plant. That's a big kill.
Spike planted.
Got rid of Kachao. Been the player to watch over the last couple of maps. But Darcio, this knife needs to be accurate. And it will be. It comes true, and he's found a double. In fact, it's a cleanup on the defensive side. Again, Navi Jr., they cling to life with what was a mixed bag buy and some rifles retrieved. It's not over just yet.
Props to Darcio as well for being very patient with the Bladestorm. I was looking at him for a good 20 seconds. He had an updraft online. I mean, he had it on for the whole round, of course, but I'm saying there was a good 20-second window where it looked like 99% of players would be pressing that button. My finger was hovering Q. I wanted him to updraft, and he didn't. He waited until they were all ready to burst in and ends up catching 2 kills as a result. Very nice stuff. But for Navi Jr., does it just make this defeat look less convincing? Or can it actually change the course of history here? Reborn, 1 of 6 rounds needed to take it here, and no, Cizo, I thought he was going to put a stop to this attempt, but he's dealt with after 1, and the neon sliding should have been heard, but certainly not dealt with.
He was focused on killing the player in mid and didn't quite have the time. Kachao knows he needs to make a move, and that's exactly what he's done, but he's dealt with immediately. Advantage back with the defenders once more. The player on the site about to be overwhelmed. Reezy left blind, surrounded and spammed, and Batu, well, it's a long rotation back in. In fact, it is not really the best position for him to try and attack from. In fact, he's dealt with Kolosha as well. A great round from him individually, and maybe a wake-up call after what has been a devastatingly quiet map. That 3K might just be enough to bring him back.
You have to hope so. I mean, we've seen Javelin with the clutch. We've seen Kolosha with a round now as well. As we said, there's been a lot of missing factors when it came to Navi Jr. on this map, and now not so much. But the problem isn't the individuals anymore. We can see them on their A game from this point forward, but it's the fact that there are 5 chances still for Reborn to close this out, not just this map, but this series and indeed this stage. They would be a Challengers Stage 2 Championes, and now it's looking more real than ever. But for Navi Jr., yes, a small spark of hope, that light at the end of the tunnel, a little less dim, but still very much distant.
Still a very tough battle, but with everything on the line in this map, there's the opportunity for the coaching staff to maybe stem the bleeding a little bit, starting to creep in that this was already done. We've seen that across all of the maps. So you have to bear in mind how young some of these players are. 17, 18 years of age, and not being in these sort of title-winning matches. Even for the Navi Junior side, just best of 5s is something that, going into map 4, they will not have experienced. Already, though, that's a great start for Cizo. This is a round that we've already seen slip in many occasions, and you know what? He does well initially, but then falls. This will be a post plant.
Spike planted.
Breezy with the plant. No ult's going to come online in this round for Reborn. 2 rifles. Better than the start. Kachao. It's just 1 big round needed from him to close this out, and he has had a lot of big rounds. Backing off for now, at least. Darkcio is going to be spotted on the site. There's a lot with those spams. I mean, he's tickled up a lot of players. Put some dents in for his teammates to follow up on. Kachao, though, has wrapped around. And he's doing damage. 2 already under his belt. 1 left to deal with. 9 HP. Another clutch needed for Javelin to keep Navi Jr. alive. And the classic brings it across the line. 4 kills for Javelin. And 2 clutches right when they needed him most of the time. It's so close! It's too close, in fact! I thought Javelin had done it again, but he's denied the clutch by 0.12 of a second. Reborn, this is how they do it. This is how they become champions of Challengers. An unbelievable stage from them. And it really is the era of Turkish Valorant.
Yeah, it's something that's been talked about so regularly. It's the rise of teams like ULF, BBL Pacific, the road that they took to make it, and the road came through the Challengers. Obviously, this time the road's slightly different with the potential of champions coming up in the next stage. And, well, winning in stage 2 is a pretty big deal, especially when you have a youngster like Kachao showing that, yeah, you know what, in best of 5 series, that 17-year-old is still going to be able to show up.
Without a doubt. I mean, this guy is definitely one to keep your eye on for the future. My God, a tier 2 player for now, but I think tier 1 going to be calling in pretty soon. It's been surreal to watch this guy play, Tom. I mean, I really am amazed at the skill level here, but for Reborn, they have shown us that they can do what the best of the best Turkish teams could for such a long time, which is bring momentum into the game, use it, have the wind in your sails, and run so far ahead of everybody else. This was a wonderful game, a wonderful series, and it was a pleasure to be here alongside you, Tom. But I think for now, that's all the time that we've got, you and I, but there's still plenty more yapping to go on as we throw this one over to the AD.
Thank you very much, guys. You put it very aptly there. The Turkish era is continuing, it seems like. This one, definitely just a warm-up for stage 3, but it's only a month until that time rolls around, and staking your claim here on EMEA champion, well, EMEA Challengers Championship is definitely a good way to put your name in the hat for those stage 2 play-ins for VCT EMEA, because that looks real good for Reborn. Not just a revenge victory, but a 3-1 revenge victory against a team that looked very, very impressive up until now is definitely a good look for them, Echo.
Yeah, with so many dominant maps along the way as well. Absolutely deserving. That last round getting so devastatingly close for Na'Vi, getting their 8th, but instead Reborn, the team with none of these players, had made it this far in tier 2, specifically. Obviously we know about Batu up in tier 1 and Rizi, but in tier 2 none of these players had made it this far before, and now they've won a Challengers EMEA. It's incredible in terms of the story from them. Stage 1 was 8th place, and now they've won it.
It's crazy. Admirable. No. Yeah, I think there's an interview, Twiggy, so
yeah,
I'll just leave you to...
I was debating whether or not to let you speak. Yeah, I'll come back to you later. I'm going to go to an interview with Lev, the coach of Reborn now. How are you doing? It must feel pretty good getting that revenge victory.
It feels really good. How are you? Thank you for asking.
I'm great. Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure watching you guys, not only that game, but over the course of the whole playoffs. And, of course, a lower bracket run always feels a little more, I don't know, there's something good about that, isn't there? I think, you know, learning something from that first game, it definitely shows that you can adapt as a team, right?
Yeah, we learned a lot of the first game when we lost versus Navi Junior. We saw that we didn't play with discipline, and we needed more discipline in the team. So that's what we changed in the last couple of days. It worked out.
Okay, well, when it came to the map beaters, I'm sure that before the playoffs came around and you knew you'd be playing against Navi Junior, you had kind of Breeze and Fracture in the back of your minds, but it's not really maps that we've seen a massive amount out of you guys. So did you know that when the time came around that they would be bringing you to those maps, you had them ready and you were going to be able to beat them on them?
To be honest, I was expecting Fracture as the first map, but they wanted a strong map where they are strong on. It's a good choice by them, but when we play with discipline, we can win versus anyone. And about Pearl, we didn't practice Pearl for almost 2 months now. So we went like, we have to play with discipline. If we play with discipline, we can win easily. Yeah. And that's what we showed.
Great. I mean, look, you know the kind of teams that have come up through challenges last year. Obviously, all Turkish rosters. I feel like you're following in their footsteps now. There's still work to do. Stage 3 is right around the corner, but it's all the same teams you've just played up against now. Are you confident in your ability to make your way forward?
Yes, we are very confident. We need a little bit of a break. Everyone is really tired, so we will just take a break and then we will start practicing again and be ready for stage 3.
Okay, great. Well, best of luck with that, and enjoy the break. Enjoy, celebrating the victory. You've done incredibly well.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you for talking to me. Bye. You too. All right. Well, I mean, I think that's as good as you can be. Well, like, that's the thing, right? Coming out of stage 2, all you've got to do is look forward to stage 3. It's a good test of the ability, right? If nothing else, Pavlos.
Yeah, indeed, right? You're only halfway through the season, and you need to manage your expectations. Like, performance comes in waves, right? How many times have we seen a team pop off at the start of the year, whatever league, and by the end, they're nowhere to be seen, not even in the top 3, right? So you need to be humble about this being a long project. This is a long period of time that you need to be at a very good performance point, and I think they know, stating that, okay, we need a break here and get back right into practicing. They're in a good spot right now. They know they can make their way through the best of Challengers EMEA, but they need to be able to do it again, and they need to be their best selves when they get to do that.
All right, well, we do have a replay ready, just as a reminder, in case we forgot what just happened. But yeah, final round of this one. Talk me through this, Eko.
So I think it was Pavlos that wanted
this. Pavlos, go.
Yeah. I'll walk through this very quickly. So one of the issues we had with Reborn's attack was that you didn't quite have an element that helps Kachao push. Now, what we got to see there was actually Reborn moving in unison. They had a very nice toxic screen that they were just waiting before it to break, using their opponent's toxic screen as well to their advantage, and Dedink realizing he's the one that needs to make up space, right? Not only Kachao, but Dedink moving in together with him. Obviously, they had a massive lead created from the previous half. They just needed to find a way to close out the map, and this is how they did it.
Yeah. I mean, look, this was one hell of a series. I think, look, when we came into this one, all of the predictions that came up on Twitter, at the very least, I mean, some of the predictions in here, I'm sure Mitch will be the first to say, were exactly what happened. But no. I'm sure he would say that. I'm not saying that is, hey, if he wasn't willing to put his money where his mouth was, then it doesn't count as a real prediction, is all I'm saying. But look, either way, I think all of us came into this going, look, Navi Junior have been amazing, right? They've surprised us. They've been really good. They have what it takes to win this one, but I think Reborn definitely had the experience to come into a best of 5, learn from a past series, and go into this one with a different mindset, Eko.
It really felt like the experience, Diff. The BO5, the experience of doing that both in Turkey and for some of these players before that, they had what it took. They had that practice in the lower bracket here as well. It was only a 3-mapper, but you still prepare for the BO5 day in the same way you do, because you don't know how many maps you're going to go to. And that just looked like it was incredible for Reborn. Na'Vi, though, this is, for a lot of these players, their first or their second BO5 ever. They've now got the chance to learn from this, ready for the future.
I want to back this up as well, because starting the playoffs, we had Navi Junior very. We had them as an underdog, right? We didn't rate them highly at all. So for them to get to the final already is a massive result. It's a big result, and the only reason we had expectations of them to win today was due to what they were able to do in the quarterfinals and semis. So for that, for the semi-final, not the bracket final, you get the gist. For the 2 matches prior to this in playoffs. And that is expectations built up over 2 days. That's after the fact that Navi Junior have declared, look, these are the 5 guys we want to be going for, well, 6 to be exact, that we want to, continue building on. These are the guys that gel well with each other, and these are the guys that we believe in and want to invest into the future. This wasn't a Challengers EMEA Split 2 project. This was a next year project, and it's already shown up at the top 2. of the top 2 of the tier 2 level.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, this can provide so much confidence moving forward for that Na'Vi Junior side as well. Coming off the back of this, look, I don't think they expected themselves to get very far at all, let alone into the playoffs, let alone get through the playoffs to the grand finals. So that's brilliant for them. It's one of the few times you can take a look at this and go, really, congratulations to both of the teams in the grand finals. There's really no losers here. And the thing is, right, everybody's looking forward to stage 3. All of these teams are still looking forward. They know that they haven't lost anything by coming 4th or 3rd in this stage. No harm done. They can just regroup, learn from it, get into the next stage, and that's exactly what we're looking forward to.
I don't know if that's what you can say about no harm done to you, Cam. They just got deleted off the face of the earth. So what you said about Job Life, right? I mean, so harm has been done, guys.
Okay,
harm has definitely been done. But yeah, I get your gist.
Yeah.
I get the idea.
All right. Well, I mean, look, we have got another stage of this ready for you guys, right? 1 month's time, we are going to be going with stage 3. So I hope everybody will come and join us for that one as well. Very same teams. It's going to be the same competition exactly, run over again. So you're not gonna be missing out on anything, right? Hopefully, some of the playing field will level out and we'll get some more even games than we did in the playoffs here. But we'll wait and see, right? So join us then in a month's time. We're going to have some more brilliant Valorant for you. Thank you, you two, for joining me on the desk. Thank you to Mikshan, Tom, and of course, Affinity as well for being on the cast, and Kirsten as well for joining us on the desk over the course of this. Thank you to the production. Oh, NMP. Yeah, of course. He's here all the time, so I just completely... He's part of the furniture at this point. Anyway. Right. Thank you to the production. Thank you to the admins. And thank you to you guys for watching. We're going to say good night now so we can go and get some food. But yeah, hopefully you join us next time. Goodbye.